Fuck it, we'll do it live, brother Marines. Brother Marines, brother Marines, brother Marines. On whatever devices it is that you're watching. I don't really care. I'm not doing the shtick. Because, you know what this is. It's After Dark. Everyone here hasn't changed, except for this guy. He's different. Jackler looks different tonight. Sounds different and refers to himself by a different name. It's totally Jackler. And so, we got... I'm here. You all know who I am. You probably wish you didn't. We got AR right here. We got my buddy AR. I'll just rest my arm on his thing.
Hello.
And then right here we have guest starring Clay.
Yo, what's up?
And this is the After Dark. I'm glad that you could let us all know that you're still here. It was very thank you. You know what? I am also still here. Surprisingly. How many years has this been going on? But I'm still here. That's right. So, what do we got? So it's Saturday as usual for After Dark. It's the 22nd of June. So we should just jump right onto the hot topic, right? We should just jump right onto that grenade because it's live. It's about to blow. We have the helmets. We could save many lives by jumping onto that ourselves, which we already did. By watching this godforsaken, awful fucking Star Wars show with like Kayundamundi Bundi Al Bundy and like. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. In the beginning, there was light, and no, wait, that's a totally different stream. So what happened in the AR? Help me here. What happened in the Acolyte? We watched episode 4 of the Acolyte, and we saw some things that we'll never forget.
I think, to be honest with you, blissfully, I have tuned and blasted most of that out of my mind. Thank God.
Hold on, I've not had enough booze to try to forget this. So, Acolyte 4 has our two strong, whammon, diverse characters, right? Traversing the universe. One's going on a Jedi training trek through the woods with some dude, right? Some dude who's clearly somebody more than he leads off to be, right? The obvious sort of misdirect as to this person's a minor character. They're very obviously, they're the bad guy sort of thing. And then just kind of cut into the chase, right? They go off to try to find this Wookiee Jedi to go, I don't know, like, hang out with him or something. And then by the time that, what is it, Evil Rick James gets to the Wookiee's got, like, a smoldering wound in his chest. Like he's just been shot in the chest by, like, Mega Man or Samus or something. And it's just, like, burning out of him. Like Rico sticking his fingers in him and be like, it's got, the bug's gone to his brain, sir. And then, and then they all walk out, and then, like, Darth Vader and Kylo Ren's weird shinbone bastard butt baby shows up with, like an evil grin on his face, right? Like, what was I comparing it to? I was comparing it to some kind of anime, wasn't it? It was, Death Note, and, there was another, I think it was just Death Note, right? Because there's that demon, he's got this big toothy grin that goes from, like, ear to ear, like, big goblin grin, right? And then, like, on that helmet, he's got this giant thing. Cringe. That's right, nuclear fire. Absolute cringe. It was cringe. And then, so this guy shows up, and then, of course, is, like, what is it? Super still badass character. He walks up, doesn't say a fucking word, right? Doesn't say a single thing. And then, and then he just kind of goes, like the low, like, what is it? Low key, I'm the most powerful Force user you've ever seen. I am Starkiller from the Force Unleashed. Who gives a shit? Force push. That, like, is Force fucking catapult. We've seen Force push be used before, but this is like Force, you're going fucking flying like your Team Rocket blasting off again. And then she's gone, and then all the Jedi are like, oh, it's go time, let's go. And they fly, and then it's like, come in. And then there's like the biggest fucking Force push you've ever seen outside of the Force Unleashed. And then all the Jedi, and then there's a dust cloud, and then it ends. Wait, that's the Mandalorian. And then it ends, and then
it's all like dreary.
And then yeah, and it's all like it's all this sad music, right? The flying dude. Was there a flying dude? No. They had a fucking butt gerbil run around the woods to try to find the Wookiee, and they throw it like a severed piece of Wookiee gitch, and it starts sniffing the Wookiee gitch, and the butt gerbil's a they them, and it runs around.
The fuck?
Like, okay, if you've seen the Acolyte episode 4, all of this will make a lot of sense. There is a butt gerbil they them that sniffs Wookiee gitch and then looks for smelly Wookiee gitch smell in the woods. And then, like, Death Note Kylo Ren shows up and uses Force Unleashed powers. I was like, why do they have a rag of this Wookiee lying around? Yeah, like, why? What is that? Like the flick that Vader did in Jedi Survivor. Now, you know what? I'm yet to play that. Maybe you think Jedi Survivor. You think that, like, I don't know, is it cheap? Like, maybe that could replace Fallout 3. I don't want to get too sidetracked on this one, right? But I'm just wrapped up Fallout 3, so I'm going to be pretty much needing to fill that, like, Fallout 3 spaced hole in my heart, right? I guess
I'll be honest, bro. It's a good game. Highly recommend.
Highly recommend. All right, well, we'll keep that one in mind then, right? Look, we'll
both games.
We'll be watching your career with great interest. So. Yeah, it's this like low effort, limp wrist force meh, right? That launches Jedi Rick James, and then because there's Jedi Rick James, and then there's evil Rick James, and yeah, and you know, there wasn't too much really else going on, really, that was that exciting. There was some aliens, and then, like, I don't know. Alien chick that kind of looks like a ripe fruit from, like, some tropical island. She's holding, like, her, like, Ghostbusters tricorder up to the aliens, and she's like, ooh ba boo boo bee boo boo, and they're like, rah 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 rah, and then she listens to it, and then it's like, this is just like Star Trek. Neat. Which is weird that this show actually seems to resemble Star Trek in many more ways than it does Star Wars. Straight down to just, like, the way that the aliens are looking. There's that green chick with the rhinestones on her head. And I remember, AR, you were saying that she looks like an Orion. Yeah. I mean, she looks like a male Orion, but I guess it's the month for that. So, right, so there's that, and then just some of these aliens they just straight up look like they were just taken out of Star Trek. I wouldn't be surprised if a fucking Vulcan showed up and he was like, using the Force is highly illogical, but I am a Jedi anyway, and that is why I've got pointy ears. And he looks into the camera, and everyone's like, wow, it's Spock, and it's Spock, like, some Easter egg. Have you covered the Jedi Council drama? The Jedi Council drama, where back in the day, which is, all of this is like, what, like 100,000 million fucking billion years ago or something stupid? So, back in the day, in the flashbacks in the story, the Jedi go and meet a bunch of shinbone lesbian witches. And the Shinbone lesbian witches are like, we have no kids here. We don't do grooming. That's you guys with your red hats. And they're like, no, it's you. And then it's like, all right, we do have a kid here, but we don't have a twin sister of her. And they're like, that's really weird to say. And so then they train the twin sister, the good one, is like, I want to be a Jedi, and I want to be a Jedi, and it's like, okay, you're a Jedi now. So then the twin sister tries to light the evil one, evil Rick James, tries to light good Rick James on fire in the stone temple that lights on fire. You know how stone's really a flammable substance in the Star Wars universe, right? I mean, like, why not? They got bats inside, like, space lizards that hang out inside, like, giant asteroid turds. Why not? Sure. So, then the Jedi Temple people are like, there are no Sith, and we don't know anything about anything about anything. And then Kayondu Mundi is there, and he's like, but how could a Jedi, or how could someone not know who their master is? And it's like, Kayondu Bundi, like, what the fuck are you doing in this show? First off, because this show is clearly going to have some kind of connection to some kind of Sith or something, and it's going to make you look like either like an asshole or a complete idiot by the time Phantom Menace starts rolling around. And so, fuck. Like, fuck. You know, like, and then at the end, once again, they got this weird looking, like, he's like Darth Vader, he's like a okay, I was comparing it to the, like, there's the protomorph from the Alien Covenant movie, right? You know that Alien Covenant movie that came out and it's like a prequel to Alien, and it's got the evil robot, and the engineers show up, and then, like, what is it? The engineer gets face huggered, and then, like, after he's face fucked, he gives birth to the fucking protomorph, which is like, Rah! With its fucking weird goblin fucking shark tongue thing going on, right? And it's, like, not quite a xenomorph, but it's also not quite anything else, because this thing looks stupid. So, here's this protomorph Kylo Ren Darth Vader thing showing up with its weird grinning teeth thing, like it's something straight out of the fucking Purge. And it's showing up using, like the low-key most powerful like, is it Palpatine? Is it Palpy? Is it Palpy? Well, of course, who is it? Is it going to be a red herring of who cares who the fuck it is? It's a green cloud of smoke as far as we know up to this point. That's right, I'm looking at you, Ahsoka. Fuck you, Ahsoka, with your green cloud of fucking smoke fucking spinning around like Inspector Gadget, fuck. Like, you know, I don't know how they can come back after this, because this, I mean, the only way to come back after this is Coke Classic again, even Coke Classicer, where they have to go double down, extra hard, double dipping on that tridge content to be able to try to even try to make any sort of amends, build any bridges, put any sort of, like, fucking Tiny Toon Adventures band-aids on those boo-boos. The way, like, how are they gonna do it? By doing another Rogue One. That's the only thing that they could possibly do. So then there's even the, like, without doing anything at all risky, making something that's the most easy bet ever that they win nothing at all, to make something that would resemble classic Star Wars. Then they could maybe come out on top. Kind of like how, like, controversial opinion here, moments of that Mando show felt like Star Wars. Moments of it. Not the whole show, not all of new Trek Star Wars, not, like I never watched this Andor show. Ahsoka fucking was just like a slow broil, fucking slow cooker stew of a show that then led you going, at the end of, once you got a little bit into the bowl, you're like, is there any pepper? Is there any pepper? There's no pepper? And then you're just sitting there, you finished the bowl, you kind of want some more, but there's no pepper. That's Ahsoka.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
So, fuck. So, okay, catch up on the... Ahsoka is a masterpiece compared to this shit. You know, in hindsight, and I'm going to agree, as much as Ahsoka had some serious flaws, And that's one of those shows where here's where I'm going to lose the audience on this one. Here's where I'm going to lose everybody. I never watched, enjoyed, or want to watch Rebels. I don't give a shit about any of the characters from Rebels. Because once again, here's my hot take. We have Aladdin in space, who pretty much gets called a street rat. He's a person that jumps around like he's fucking Aladdin. Then he shaves his head and now he's military Aladdin. Then we need to have a Twi'lek with a head diaper and goggles. We have to have an R2-D2, but he's cartoony and he bounces around. Bat face, weird, fucked up looking guy. We have feminist girl boss Boba Fett. And then, who else? Am I missing anybody? No. Oh yeah, we have Discount Rom Coda from The Force Unleashed, who then turns into a better character than Rom Coda from The Force Unleashed, but you have to deal with that insufferable first part with him, which is most of his screen time, at least as far as it. Kanan Jarrus gets good eventually, but there's still the beginning of Kanan Jarrus where he's an insufferable douchebag when I'd rather watch Cyclops in all of the Cyclops movies. All of the scenes with just pure Cyclops, skipping everything else, nothing but Cyclops from the original X-Men movies. And so, unless you do your homework, you're gonna have a lot of what the fuck is going on in this show. A lot of what the fuck is going on in this show. Unless you have some vague idea of video games from the 90s and novels that no longer are to exist anymore, and unless you saw that one fucking episode of, was it Mandalorian or Boba Fett or whatever the fuck, where Ahsoka has some kind of, lightsaber fight with, Shaolin monk metal stick witch lady, okay, alright. Okay, and so then it's where is Grandmaster Thrawn? And it's who? Who the fuck is Grandmaster Thrawn? And it's oh, you remember that guy that was on a bunch of book covers and he was all blue? Oh, you mean he was just a photo of somebody and they turned him blue? Yeah, that guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's the best super genius ever. And he's totally cool. Just take my word for it. Trust me, bro. My sources, I made it up from this cartoon. And then you watch him in this thing, and it's wow, he's sending sacrifice waves and, okay. I've seen Thrawn before. It was this game called X-Wing or something like that, or TIE Fighter or whatever fucking game it was. And then where Thrawn is oh, there are some rebel fighters coming. Send the TIE fighters out in butthole star formation. And then, some TIE fighters fly out, and they fly behind the Star Destroyer, and then they go out in this, butthole star maneuver, and then they all join the rebels all at one time, and they shoot them all at once, and all the rebels die instantly, and it wasn't a stupid technique because it worked in some video game. And that's Thrawn. At least to my eyes. Because I'm not gonna read some goddamn book. Because the last time you go out and read a Star Trek book, Star Wars book, some green guy watches Princess Leia take a bath. And we're supposed to accept this shit? Fuck that. Fuck Shadows of the Empire. The game's pretty good, though. But fuck the book. Fuck all of it. Thrawn can suck my dick, and you can leave some Blue Man Group, lipstick on me, and have it a day. But... looking back at Ahsoka, yeah, it's kind of like listening to the Backstreet Boys nowadays, where it's oh my god, they sound like gods. When you compare it to the shit that we have to listen to now, right? But we should be at West Point. What the fuck is that? What's West Point? Is that like a mental clinic or something? What is that? Is that like where the Ghostbusters went and I had them. I had them committed to Bellevue Mental Institution. You what? Thrawn is quite famous. I'm gonna read the chat here.
Dude, I'm just sitting here silently laughing, bro.
Hey, as long as we're having fun.
Yeah, you were on point when you were talking about Rebels, actually. No
Up
joke.
until you spoke about Thrawn, then you're fucking getting out. Okay, you're out of line. But you were right.
From everything that I understand about Thrawn and his book series, they're all really solid books. From what I gather, whether you choose to read them or not, that's up to you. But in my personal opinion, from what I understand, it's worth your time to read.
I mean, I would get just as much out of it as reading Tales of the Bounty Hunters and having the story where Boba Fett and Han Solo meet up to go kill each other, and then they point their guns at each other and they go, I don't want to die, do you? Nah, I don't want to die either. Hey, let's be friends, okay. And then they walk off into the sunset together and have a little smooch, because it's the month for that. Right? Like,
Why can't we be friends?
You know?
Why can't we?
I mean, then again, at the same time, if I'm gonna be like trading in these like Tales of Mos Eisley, Tales of the Bounty Hunter stories, I would be losing the awesome story with IG-88 where he goes nuts and kills everybody in the laboratory, and destroys all the other IG-88s because he's like, "Fuck you, I'm IG-88." See, there's some good stories in there, but at the same time, you know, nobody's got time for that, and that boy needs some milk. So
He needs some milk.
I can't wait for complaining about Acolyte 5. Yeah, I guess that'll be next week, right?
Can't wait.
I guess these come out once a week. What is it, Wednesday or Thursday or something like that? Or
Usually.
something like that? I mean, we're already well past talking about X-Men. Because, I mean, that shit, now that shit, like, it was fresh, but now it's just, like, vulture food, right? It's just sitting there. It's rotting away. X-Men.
Yeah.
That's right. It was good while it was hot, but fuck it now. You gotta drop it. You're like you're fucking Andy from Toy Story. You know, you're not fun anymore, and you just drop X-Men. So, wow, Acolyte. Is there anything? Is there any more meat on those bones? Like, I think I went on just full blast rant. If either of you guys have anything you want to say about Acolyte,
Anything left
Jump
on those
it.
shin bones?
yeah, jump on in. I mean, get your gnarl. I mean, just chew on the bone if there's nothing there.
I don't know, Arrow. What do you think, man? You want chew first?
I just get.
I mean, if
I'm
you
throwing
go
the
off,
bone
I
to
don't
you
think
after
there's gonna
chewing
be
it for it.
anything.
Go.
Yeah,
Go.
I think if Faye goes off on it, there won't be anything left. But you know,
That's why I'm asking.
AR, you get your
super-
shoes
the
in.
Super woke, super stealthy Sith assassins that need you to attack them first before they're allowed to attack you. That's how they feel about it. But they're a cold hard Sith assassin, and you know, Force user and all this, and have given themselves to the dark side. But no, they need you to attack them, and they're really just shinbone lesbians. You know.
Wait, how come they're not allowed to use a weapon, but they're allowed to use throwing knives?
And here I thought they were all supposed to use Jedi lightsabers, but apparently this isn't Star Wars anymore.
Well, the assassins, whatever, evil Rick James, she's on some type of mini quest where she needs to defeat like 3 Jedi Masters without using a weapon. So she doesn't get to use a lightsaber, or she doesn't even have one. And so she has to kill. So she has to take their weapon, which then further complicates, because if you take their weapon, don't you then at that point have a weapon? So if you kill the Jedi with their weapon, it's not killing them without a weapon. And if you use your fucking throwing knife, fucking kunai and chain, Yu-Gi-Oh! Naruto shit, like, isn't that still using a weapon? And isn't the easy answer to this one, you use the Force to kill them?
Well, I mean, it's the same definition that the woke uses for like their gender. Like, oh, this isn't a weapon. It's an extendo device that I use to kill my enemies with. Come on, man. Same principle. They just changed the language.
Now, I might need you to explain this one to me like I'm 2 years old, because this might be the first time I've encountered the wokies using their gender identity as a weapon. Perhaps.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm just not getting it. But I would like to hear what you have to say about this one.
So, like, the whole interpretation of, like, people swapping genders, like, you know, people choosing, like, what the name they want to use or what flavor of the month they want to be. I mean, it's basically literally the same thing. Like, literally the same thing.
It's kneel to my authority or kneel down and do what I tell you to do. It's bullying.
Well,
It's
yeah,
controlling,
rules for thee, but
domination.
not for me. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, man. At
Oh, of
the end of
course.
the day, you know, my rules matter and yours don't. Take down the patriarchy.
That's right, you gotta smash that fash, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Because if the rules of engagement don't apply to me, but only to you, I have free reign to do whatever I want. That's the game that they play, and that's the reason why the show is the way it is. If you get rid of the Force, patriarchy disappears, and now it's whammon power.
But I thought the Force was female.
Well, it is now.
So if you destroy the Force, then
It's the
that's
threat.
misogyny, right? That's an attack
it's
on a
the thread
woman.
now. It's the thread now. They've changed the language. You see what they did again? The same principle reapplied.
But you know what? Maybe I went too far just there. Just because the Force is female doesn't mean the Force is a woman. The Force can identify as...
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true.
But if there's a light
Oh,
side and a
yeah.
dark side of the Force, doesn't that mean that the Force is, by definition, binary?
I mean,
Unless there's a gray area, gray,
well, there are.
then there's a non-binary, so that's not, if the Force is not only female, but non-binary.
I'm just saying there is a gray Force, so to say that the Force is binary in this regard actually makes a lot of sense,
See?
but only in a woke way.
Only in the way that makes sense if you dye your hair blue at least once a month.
True.
You have to comb it to one side, but then you have to shave half of your head.
Yeah, exactly. True.
That's right. I'm calling it how it is. This is heartaches by the number.
True that. Man, this whole thing is weird because it's like, yeah, dude, I gotta kill these Jedi, but now that they've revealed all this information to me, I'm gonna join their side and I'm gonna kill the Sith guy who's been training me for God knows how long without any repercussions. Yeah, support me and I will help you kill the Darth Jedi evil person. Because
she's
you
Darth
like me now.
Snitch. She's Darth Snitch.
Yeah, all because I killed 2 Jedi Masters means you can trust me now, because now we're gonna kill the big bad with no consequences. No, bitch. If that were like fucking real Jedi, they would put you in prison for the rest of your life, and then they would chase that evil Jedi Master guy by themselves, and that would be the end of it.
Oh no, here's what she has to do. She has to find her sister knocked out in the woods. Then she has to take her civilian robes and put them
Yeah.
on. And then she has to cut her hair. And then she leaves the cut hair next to her sister, so it looks like she was trying to disguise herself as herself, and that they'll think the good sister is the evil sister, and the evil sister is the good sister, so the good sister will be able to join the Jedi and survive, and the good sister will then be imprisoned, and then there will be the I will finish what you have started sort of scene, and then the good sister will turn evil because she'll be angry that she was imprisoned falsely, and she'll be like strung up with the Force, right? She'll be like hung up like that,
Yeah.
you know. So it'll be kind of like a Force lynching. So that way she's
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I mean. So like they have to have the symbolism, because, and also they have to make sure that whoever's doing it is a white male blonde-haired Jedi, who is also
Oh,
the
of
only
course.
one, because when all the Jedi show up to meet the witches, the only one that shows up and then gets like his ass kicked is the cisgendered blonde-haired white male.
Oh yeah, true. Yep.
Well, all of the rest of them are like, we're fine. So, you know, if the roles were reversed, right, where it's like, how come the black guys always gotta die first in these horror movies? That's kinda racist, right? Well, what happens when the shoe's on the other foot? Well, that's just social justice.
Yeah.
Right, you know, you gotta, you know, drop to one knee and raise a fist for George Floyd.
That's right.
He was
Which,
a
by the
great Jedi Master.
Oh yeah.
He tried
Yeah,
to use Force. He tried to use Force mind trick. You know, this is a
Yeah.
real Bill.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, for sure. You know, I always find it so funny that they're always talking about George Floyd like he was some type of saint, dude. That guy came after a pregnant lady, dude.
yeah, but
While on drugs, by the way. And when he got caught, he swallowed his drugs, and then, you know, because he knew he was gonna get caught, he swallowed that shit. And because of that shit being an assassin, when that guy put his knee on his throat, he died because of his own stupidity. Because he was high, not because of the police officer. Hot take or not, anyone who says otherwise is full of shit.
but remember the 3 police officers that were each one of them a different race to themselves. It was white
Yep.
supremacy that killed
yeah.
George Floyd.
Oh
Just
yeah.
remember
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That is the narrative. And as long as you control the narrative, and he who
Yo.
controls the narrative controls the universe. Right? the
Oh, no.
narrative is the new spice, right?
Dude, for real. Like you've got Spice's life, you got Powerpuff Girls levels of fucking mixing the ingredients and making sure nobody knows how you were made and why.
Well, there was something, I was watching some type of video, some kind of black and white video, so I'm guessing it was from like the Cold War or earlier or whatever, right? During the, the Red Scare sort of period. And there's
Sure.
this guy's reading something from like the Communist Manifesto, which was straight up just, if there's something that gets in the way or you disagree with or you have to defeat, just call it a fascist over and over again until people start believing the lie. Effectively is the short version of it. So I mean, like, all of these things are just extensions of fucking like communist, feminist fucking propaganda bullshit tactics, where it's literally just gaslight people until they believe the lie, and then now we're living in fucking the Watchmen future, right? Where everyone just believes the lie that, like Dr. Manhattan destroyed the world. And now we have peace. But do we? We have peace living on a lie? So, no. Like, shut that shit down.
You can use this same argument with Warhammer, dude. Like, oh yeah, let's gaslight the entire community. Yeah, dude. The the custodies were always female. Come on, bro.
Ever since the original 10,000. Come on.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Didn't you know that all of the models you've been buying were female custodies, and now we're going to come out with new, larger scale male custodies?
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Buy them now. Pre-order now.
Yeah, pre-order.
You can get an entire Custodes model for the same cost as a current box, but now they're in the true scale.
True.
They're in the true gender scale.
The true gender scale. Oh my god.
Castings. Going to the chat here. She flipped so quick. I'm guessing that's the evil person turning good. And then, well, the narrative is like casting spells. It evokes emotions and moves society. Yeah, it's that kind of black magic, right? And then,
oh my god,
goddamn Kami Sabs, heck off, Kami.
Wow. I'm not sure what to add to that.
Well, it even kind of roots back to Disney and all that, where it's almost like they write articles for the shows they're going to make and how shitty they are before they even come out. So that way it can come out, it can be shit, and then they can put the articles up going, our show is shit. Men are the reason why.
Yes, exactly. Straight white males are the problem, don't you know? Clearly. It's not like they're 95% of the fan base who basically buys all of our shit. But hey, let's alienate them.
Well, it's not just that. It's the destruction of these IPs is entirely self-defeating because they're doing it for... Well, I mean, they're doing it for whatever reason. Let's just say it's a noble reason that they want to get more people into a thing. Let's just call it... I'll be generous and say it's a noble reason that what they're trying to do. Right? Right? Like just
3%. 3% is what they're gaining out of that. I want to be clear.
Oh, well,
3%.
Yeah. They're gaining shit all for this. But here's the irony of it. The absolute irony of it is that they're making all these changes to appeal to women demographics or black people demographics or Hispanics or Asians, the Chinese audiences, whatever they're doing to try to do. But the thing is that there are people in these audiences that already found the thing interesting and appreciated it for what it was before it was turned into a thing to try to bait them in, or more people like them, into the crowd. They already appreciated it, and that those people themselves probably are just as dejected and rejecting this new version of all of this shit that's apparently meant to be for them. So then all of a sudden it's kind of like, well, what's the reason this show is failing? Well, we tried to gear it towards the women, black people, Hispanics, and China, so the only demographic left that doesn't like this clearly must be white men and all those people in Israel. And it's like,
Right.
oh well, we'll blame them for this now. They're the reason that it's not doing well. And then you look at like the real demographics, and it's kind of like women aren't watching the show either, and it's kind of like,
Yeah.
I wonder why. I guess like it really never appealed to them, and all of your things you've been trying to do. When you put a woman in pants and just make her the man character, it doesn't make her interesting to either men or women. It just makes her a disinteresting character that nobody can relate to.
Right. So you could, I don't want to go off topic necessarily, but like it's the same reason why women's soccer doesn't make as much as men's soccer or men's basketball to women's basketball. It's the exact same reason. And that reason is regardless if one makes more money than the other, it's because women don't watch women's sports.
Yep. Exactly.
It all comes down to that. They want to blame everyone else for their issues. How about you get more females to watch your female products? You got men's products all selling literally 3 times the price. Well, excuse me, selling tickets for 3 times as much, not the price. And yet the price is still the same for women, but less people buy it. So their wage is less.
Go figure. Right? Like,
yeah, that's the whole argument.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it's just like there is clearly a difference in interests on large in generalizations. Outliers and exceptions, clearly are not being included in this generalization, where certain audiences appreciate certain type of content over other types of content. And that, of course, outliers and exceptions may be drawn to this thing. So then when you try to make that thing interesting, like you try to target the group that's not interested in the thing, like what are you doing? What are you doing? Like you're trying to catch a deer with like venison. Let's put up some venison as some bait. We'll get some rabbits soon. It's mind-boggling the gymnastics that they're going through, and then after the sort of self-gratification of, well, we told you it would fail. We told, like, oh, hey, Darth Alopecia from fucking Obi-Wan. Right? We told you that people aren't going to like you because you're a black woman. This show is going to fail, and people are going to hate it because you are black. Is what they told her. Is what they told her.
Let's not forget, this is Hollywood we're talking about. They're all trapped in their own bubble, and that's the type of shit that they feed each other to make each other feel better.
Yeah, so that way when the thing fails, they can go, well, we fucking told you so. It's because you're all just a bunch of bigots. And it's like, no! It's because your product fucking sucks. Like you can have a sprinkling of something entertaining here, there, and the other. You can enjoy a moment, you can giggle and laugh at a joke, but still the majority of a thing can suck. Right? Like, it's pain. This is clearly killing us. The new Star Wars sucks. I think that's
Disney sucks.
Disney
Star Wars
sucks.
Doesn't deserve to be in the same line as Disney.
What, didn't Disney do something good recently? There was something that Disney did. I forget what it was though. I thought I just saw something and it's like, oh no, I mean, doesn't Disney technically own that X-Men cartoon?
I mean, technically, yes. They also own BattleTech cartoon as well.
Oh shit, BattleTech. That shit's getting real. It's getting BattleTech in here. Bachal. Bachal.
Has the gauntlet been thrown? Ladies and gentlemen, has it been thrown? Let's find out after these messages.
Stepdaddy Steiner, I've helped fix your mech, but I'm stuck. Well, I can help you out.
God.
Don't worry, man. I'm always drugging these elemental women. They'll wake up in a few hours. Right, like that show, fuck the BattleTech show. Oh man, there's only so many episodes of that, hey? There's only like a handful of them. It wouldn't even be that long. Just to kind of go... what about that?
I think it's 24 episodes, actually.
24 episodes?
Yeah, I think it's a normal season.
Huh.
At least for back then. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go back and check, but I think it was like a year and a half ago when I watched the full series for like the first time. I
Oh,
probably saw a
jeez.
cartoon when I was like a little kid, like ages ago, but
Yeah.
if you look far enough on the web, you can probably find BattleTech cartoon.
Oh, easy.
Uh,
Easy, you can find it.
Admittedly, the copies of it though aren't actually really good, but you'll have to find the remake on YouTube. But you may or may not have to pay for some of the episodes because again, they're remasters, so I don't know how much of that they quote unquote retraced some of the shit and then reposted it with the original voice lines and stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know about that.
But
Doesn't sound authentic. Doesn't sound proper.
no, like I've seen the first episode for it, but the last time I went, you had to pay for it. So again, I'm not 100% sure, but I remember the first episode looked fucking amazing.
Did they
And it was,
change
like,
all the 3D mech battles and the
I
low
think
light
they
mode?
redid them. I think they redid it so it looked better.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll check that out. Maybe at some point, if I ever decide to go down that road of BattleTech, which I mean, like, fuck, I look behind me and like a single tear gets shed, and it's kind of like, goodbye, Warhammer. I'll remember you for who you were. And then I'm walking off like the fucking lone wanderer. Dun 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 dun.
Well,
Like,
before we get rid of that, I will say Warhammer has one saving grace, and that was them shelving their damn show. If they hadn't have done that and gone through with it, that show would have bombed so hard, it would have made Amazon's Rings of Power look like child's play. You really want to see a company lose money? Imagine how much money they would have lost to a Warhammer fantasy built sci-fi adventure based on a futuristic thing. You want to talk about companies that are scared of losing money to a sci-fi setting? Because remember, that is the hardest type of setting to build because you have to build everything. It's not like Lord of the Rings where you have trees and you have forests and shit where you can kind of hashtag some of that shit in. No, the sci-fi setting, you have to do everything manually. Everything. The buildings, the people, the clothing, every little thing. It's X added cost. And it's one of the scariest things that a company can invest in because they don't know if it's going to succeed.
It seemed like everything was green lit, though, for a while. It seems like it was at the end when there was a certain recent media announcement that then backpedaled as hard as fuck, or there was some backpedaling, like, Warhammer community article, right? It was after that.
To say, there was a lot of articles that were coming out that Henry Cavill was not happy with basically the script. They wasn't happy with the changes and the more recent stuff for BattleTech. He was not happy with pretty much everything related to the
Warhammer.
writers. Well, that too. Specifically, his Banana Boys.
Wait, is he doing a BattleTech show?
Yeah, he was in charge of it. He was supposed to be the executive producer for Warhammer's Big Dick show. That's why everyone is so fucking excited to see this shit. But they fucked it in the ass. They gave it woke writers and all this other shit connected to it. It was bad, to say the least.
Well, yeah.
However,
I mean, he was saying that he would want to make, like, because he really would want to make the show, and he would want to make it really, really strictly adherent to the lore. And then it's like, and then everything's greenlit, everything's about to go, everything's moving forward, everyone's so excited. Henry Cavill is gonna save fucking fandom by making the Warhammer show, and he's gonna make it good, and it's not gonna be woke. And then all of a sudden, and didn't you realize that female custodians are part of the strictly adhered to lore? And then it's like Henry Cavill's like, well, shit, either I break the lore or I strictly adhere to it. That's how that's how that kind of looks to me, honestly.
To clarify for everyone in chat, if you want to know when this happened, this was roughly about 2-3 weeks ago when this transpired. So if you haven't genuinely heard that it's been essentially canceled, technically the show's been shuffled off and it's been shelved. So you can forget about your dreams of having a Warhammer show. That's just not happening.
Oh, it's in what was it?
Limbo.
It's in Ghostbusters 3.
Yeah.
It's on the same shelf as Ghostbusters 3. It's like, don't worry, we'll bring your Warhammer show to top men. And then it gets wheeled off into the thing right next to the Ark of the Covenant. So Yeah, I would say it's pretty well dead. It's dead, it's buried, it's gone. If it comes back, it's going to be they're gonna have like new produced by, and then it's gonna be
Nope.
oh no, I know, I got it. I know who it would be. Fucking Silent
be?
Bob. Silent Bill.
Oh my
Silent
God.
what's his name? Jay something or whatever.
Jay and Silent Bob.
Jay and Silent Bob, the guy who's all skinny now, and he looks like Drew Carey, like the same demon that sucks your soul out of your body, got to him, and you know when you compare the two, I mean, weird how that works out. So what's his name? Right, he would then direct it, and it would be like, this is the Warhammer show, and the first thing that he would do is he would have this scene where like gene stealers come in and like kick the emperor in the nuts on the golden throne, throw him off, and then Erda walks in, and Erda sits down. She goes, "I, Empress Erda, declare you all free," and then rainbows shoot across the Warhammer universe, right? Golden lined rainbows shoot across the universe, and everything. And then Rainbow Bright from the show Rainbow Bright flies out. And you know, like riding My Little Ponies, and then and there we go. We have the new NU Warhammer. It's new 40K 40 Warhammer new, right?
As much as I hate to say it, that I could see that actually happening, which is fucking terrifying and both retarded.
And it would be used, in time. Okay, they'll wait for it. They don't want to release it just yet. They're going to wait until the end of the presidential elections in the United States of America.
You know,
and then what they'll do is that media will sway in a way that one candidate will win over top of the other candidate, and then when that candidate wins, right? Then suddenly the show will come out, and the show will have heavy-handed messaging, and they'll be like, we could have changed the universe and all of the history of humanity if just one man, and then they would look right into the camera, one orange-skinned, small-handed, wants to fuck his daughter, fucking Trump, it's Trump, right? And then all the characters of the Warhammer universe, like Robute Gilliman and the Primaris and the Dark Elf, they all start like holding hands, and they're like, Trump, like the fucking end of Return of the Jedi, and then they go back in time, they use the warp, right? It's just like in one of the novels, right? Everything goes like black and white, and they go back in time, and they like stop the election, and and it saves the universe, and then it goes back into the future, and then when they get back to the future, all of a sudden like this wipe goes across the screen, right? And then you see, and then all of a sudden it just cuts to Patrick Stewart on the bridge of the Enterprise, and he's like, what was that? Was that some type of anomaly? Yes, Captain, it seems that the universe is completely reset, and now we're entirely brought back to the communist utopia of the 80s and 90s. Excellent. Full speed ahead. Full speed, Captain? In impulse or in warp? Choose whatever the fuck you want, Data. We won! And then they fly off. Right? And then that will be the Warhammer show.
Oh my god.
Right?
I could actually see that shit happening. Second note, there's also a really funny comment you need to see. That's
what do we got here? We got the Slaanesh ending. I don't think we've seen the same Warhammer lore.
Oh,
so like I was skeptical and doubtful that this show was I was fully open that it was going to get made. But I was
so was I.
I was so cynical though, where it was just like, but this show is gonna suck, and I mean, this may or may not be the fact that I might not have the highest opinion of a certain person. Fuck you, Henry Cavill. But like, you see,
there it is.
Like this show, I was expecting it to suck from the beginning, and I feel like I've not been let down yet because the show's canceled, and that sucks. So
oh man,
it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Dude, I'm so sad to hear you say that because like he did such a good job with The Witcher, dude. Oh
I never
my
watched
God.
it. I never watched it, and honestly, this whole fuck you Henry Cavill thing. One, it started with Superman. I don't need to explain it. If you know, you know. And
Yeah,
then,
okay, that's
and then
fair, that's fair.
after it led into this whole look. Henry Cavill does Warhammer. He's just like me, and it's like, yeah, he's just like you. Look at this picture that you see. He has a Warhammer novel on his like oak desk on his private plane where he's flying around the fucking world. He's just like fucking you. Like, fuck. No, he's not.
He's
Is
just
he?
a rich actor, just like any other. The difference is he's a fucking nerd,
He's
and that's the difference
Yeah.
between someone who gives a shit about a franchise and someone who doesn't, who's just there for a fucking paycheck. That right there is the reason why people trusted the franchise with this man and this show. That is the reason why there was so much hope, is because he gave a fuck about the roles that he chose. The Witcher, he read the series, he played the games, he did all of that shit for the role, and he did a fucking great job, and people loved him for it. And the only reason why people hate him in regards to The Witcher towards the season 3 is because they cucked his character right before he left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I heard he did a brilliant job with The Witcher, where he was the one, like, he was almost running the show, or whatever it was, right? Or was he running the show? Like, and so he was making sure that it towed the line to what was, adhering to the games and stuff like that. And then it's towards the end, and then when he left, that now it's taken this, like, fucking, what's that game with the guy with the white hair and the two pistols, and he fights mannequins? Fights mannequin demons in a fucking haunted house.
Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry,
yeah.
5 or 6 or whatever. The one where he's got black hair now and he goes, I'm not going to wear this stupid-ass wig, right? It's that version of The Witcher, even though I've never played the game or seen the show. But, like, I know I'm well versed in the lore of Henry Cavill with his adherence to the lore of things and the way, and that led to the great success of this show. And the downfall being, let's stray from the light of God. And they do that, and then there you go. Now you're damned. Now you're fucked. Right? Congratulations, you played yourself. And so
really.
And so now
that's
people
exactly what happened.
People were hopeful, but then again, I'm gonna root this back to Superman one more fucking time, because do you know what we learn from Superman, and not Henry Cavill Superman? We didn't learn a goddamn motherfucking thing other than he's the Incredible Hulk, Bruce Banner, walking from place to place, from loggery to loggery, to be some fucking mopey, depressed Superman. No. What we learned from Superman, from some weird green crystals where some floating old men Zordon heads talk to him, is that if you let humanity, if you let mankind put their faith in just one man, then all you're doing is teaching them to be betrayed. Henry Cavill. So, if all the people have so much faith in him, and all of a sudden, he's, like, what happens when you fly too high to the sun, Icarus? You fucking Henry Cavill it. And that's why, fuck you, Henry Cavill.
I would admit there's a lot of symbolism there, and I see where you're coming from. And in fact, I would be inclined to agree, like 70%, but the other 30% of me tells me that if it wasn't for the execs, it would have been a fantastic show, because not enough diversity.
Hey, you're not wrong there. I mean, you know what? I remember people talking about when Game of Thrones was the big thing, right? And I remember this was like, even like it was the coffee machine, water machine, the water cooler sort of talk of The Office. Let's just say when you're working at the office, right? You're out having a smoke break and you're talking with the guys having a smoke. And I remember one of my coworkers asking me, do you think it's weird that there's no black people in Game of Thrones? And I was like, I don't know, I guess not. It's some kind of like European fantasy adventure based on fake Europe. Why would there need to be? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think it was. And then I remember this black guy walks by, and he even goes, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And I'm just sitting there like, what do you do? what are you doing?
Oh.
And he goes, do you think it's weird that there's no black people in Game of Thrones? He's like, no, I don't think it's weird. And he pretty much says the exact same thing. It's some kind of fantasy, fake Europe, Lord of the Rings adventure. Why would there be? Why would there fucking be? Right? If you're gonna do a fucking retelling of a fantasy adventure of something from fucking Agrabah, then you put in a bunch of Aladdins into your story, right?
Yeah.
Why would you have anything other than Aladdins in your story about Aladdins? So, I mean, it's kind of like the people who get mad about that are like, really, it's just kind of like, but don't you think that it should have more people? No, it shouldn't. Stop fucking ruining everything. Fuck off. Fuck off. Oh my god. And, so Game of Thrones ruined. Then we got this dragon, Age of the Dragon show with looking Doctor Who in it. And, I mean, like, that show is questionable. Then we have this, like, Hobbit show with no hobbits in it. With Gandalf and black hobbits and fucking Eminem. Like, we got Rings of Power.
Yeah.
We got... There's so much... There's just one after another. And it's kind of like... So what can we inject the message into today? Oh, Assassin's Creed in Japan. That's one. That's right. That's what we can inject the message into. Didn't you ever hear about the servant of Nobunaga? Now, this is the servant that was known as Nobu... Okay, I'm cutting myself off there. So... we have Assassin's Creed, and then people making a huge stink about this, and there's back and forth. We have the fucking Cleopatra show that was deliberately made inaccurate on purpose to send a message or something, but it was like, but it's like, was it though? Because now you're like lying to people, and now they're gonna believe this lie. Once again, it's the Dr. Manhattan destroyed the fucking New York City, right? Like, once a fucking again. And it's like, great. You got a bunch of people to believe the lie, right? Like...
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, like, how it's a common meme, Black Jesus. Now you got Black Jesus Christ, if I could talk. Cleopatra.
I've got something for that. I have something for that right now. I'll put. Oh yeah, I have something for that right now. We can pull this up. This is fresh off of the heels of made just the other day. So let's see. Let's go in. Where is it?
Oh yeah, that's right. Chat's absolutely right. The assassin from the Assassin's Creed game in Japan, most recently, the one black guy, and all of the time that Japan has been cooking, there was one dude who, by the way, wasn't an actual samurai. He was just a bro of one of the samurais. Yeah, check their math. They're wrong.
Yeah, they had some servant guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, great, good job. Like, what point are you trying to make? And it's like, but he was a samurai too. And it's like, but was he though? But was he?
He existed. That's it.
All right. So what do we got here? Anyway. All right. So right here, this is where I've got all of the characters in different Marvel movies, let's just say, or Marvel adjacent movies that in the comics or in any sort of other media were white appearing or were white people. And now all of them are black or not white, let's just say. So we've got Domino, we've got fucking Nick Fury, we've got Mary Jane Watson, we've got the fucking the Thor King or whatever her name is, the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
We've got Heimdall, we've got Electro, we've got I'm always gonna forget this guy's name. We got the guy with the blue face and the green suit. Right?
Yeah.
We got Spider-Woman. We've got Kingpin. We have whoever this chick was meant to be. She was meant to be a man, by the way. We got Johnny Blaze, who's now literally, Sue Storm's brother. And then we got what? The leader of the Morlocks, like that, lives in the sewers gang that fights Storm with fucking lightsaber, American Gladiator sticks in the sewer. Right. Okay. Well, that's her. Then we've got I don't know, some wizard asshole, and then we got a guy who's meant to look like essentially a biblical version of God. Where he's meant to, like, you know, it's white guy with a beard and everything, you know, like Moses sort of looking motherfucker. And then, so now all of these characters, if I were to make a similar image where it's all the characters that aren't white that are now white, it would be maybe 2 pictures. Right? It would be, what? It would be the Mandarin and the Ancient One.
I see.
Right? And so 2 Asian characters played by white people, or not Asian people. I'm not sure about Ben Kingsley, if that's the right name.
Gotcha.
Right? So we got 2 people. So, like, the list is much smaller on the opposite side of the woke fence. But of course, it's always justified because, you know, they can't just make up an original character that wants to fit the demographic that's also popular. They have to hijack a popular character because don't they realize that that popularity needs to be spread amongst the masses, that they need to seize the means of popularity and give it to all the different peoples?
Yeah. See, my problem with this is, like, in order for any of this shit to make sense in my mind is, like, okay, you take down all the big guys, right? Well, what the fuck are you going to replace it with? Because here before long, you're not going to have any entertainment at all.
Oh, no, they'll replace it with trash.
And who are they going to replace it with?
Hot
you can't
garbage.
Replace it with trash. Listen, there's only one other thing that they can replace it with, and specifically, I don't have a name for it, but when the time comes, I'm sure it will come. But this actually segues onto something else. Have you ever heard of Crusader or Trench Warfare Crusader or something to that effect? You ever heard of that?
I've not.
It's a new game that's coming out. It was supposed to be Warhammer, but just trenches.
Okay, shovel, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Am I doing it right? Am I doing the thing? Shovel.
Something to that effect, sure.
Gas mask noises.
Yeah. And it was supposed to be really fucking sick. Like, I was super psyched for it. I remember they've been talking about it for at least a month and a half. And then right when I got to it, that's when I started hearing rumors about Sweet Baby Inc. and all this bullshit and how games are getting infected with it, right? Okay, that, again, separate topic. We'll get to that. But first, let's continue on with this. So, you have this game. I'm super psyched for it. I'm actually doing a little bit of research on it and like, wow, this is cool. You know, I spend like maybe 2 hours doing it and then I go back to YouTube because, you know, it's a new game. It's not out yet, blah, 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 bullshit, right? So not even the next day after I'm done researching it, you know what the first fucking YouTube video I see is? That same goddamn game filled with an HR department that can't keep their fucking mouth shut. And it's just a bunch of fucking trans signs all over the goddamn place. And I'm like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And pride flag everywhere.
You know what game I see that as? What game you just described to me was Cyberpunk. It's a game that you walk around and everything is trans everywhere. There's trans colors. You're walking through that teal and pink sort of room. Everything's flashing. You can make your character a chick with a dick.
Yeah.
Right, this game is, and everybody has that shaved head feminist side cut with everybody. It is the feminist future, and of course the suits, the corpos, the people who are more normal, they're also bad guys because they would represent, you know, cisgendered white supremacy and also capitalism.
Oh, yes.
That's also why in that game you play a Robin Hood, you play an Aladdin that steals from the rich and gives to yourself.
Oh, yes. The classic choice. Truthfully, my first playthrough, you guessed it, Corpro. Never actually finished it, by the way. Mostly because of the bugs, but...
You know, the only thing that game makes me want to do is watch Johnny Mnemonic. That's all. That's it. Because I want room service.
Fair enough. Hard to argue that. But I will say though, I think given enough time in the generation that we are now, like give it 50 years, I believe Cyberpunk 77 will be our future. But if you want to go even deeper down the rabbit hole of bullshit and fantasy futures, right? I think Borderlands, the game, was a blueprint for what our future is going to look like, where corporations rule everything and there is no democracy.
If everything in the future looks like Borderlands, just put me down because I can't stand cell shading. Honestly, like the last time I saw
Take me out
Borderlands,
too. I'd get sick.
I felt physically ill the last time I played and watched that game. I can't stand that shit. Borderlands. Oh.
You wouldn't want to leave the
Escape.
screen turning for a long period of time, but I mean, if you can just stand there and just look at it from a distance, the game looks beautiful.
Yeah, but imagine being stuck inside of that in like your actual reality.
Look, at least it's not fucking Pow World, or it's a complete copycat of Pokemon and other shit. But hey, I got away with it once, but you'll never see it again.
I don't know, something about the
I
world
would
of
take living in a Sentai over living in a cell shaded world.
something about Borderlands was kind of like if it was Fallout 3, but it was taking the workbench and the raiders and then putting them up 250,000%, and that was the game. It's workbench, raiders, purple hair, the game.
Yeah, basically, yeah, pretty much.
And so I think, and for that reason, like Dragon's Den or Shark's Tank, for that reason, I'm out. So I won't be investing in Borderlands.
And that's all right. That's all right. It's kind of a, in my personal opinion, a little bit of a sad ending, but it's good though. Like if you just watched the game just for the campaign and you didn't do any of the excess bullshit and you just watched it for each of the quests and none of the extra bullshit, like maybe every other episode they'll train for like an hour in the area and then they'll go back to the main quest, but you just disregarded all the excess bullshit they did in the background, it would be a decent playthrough to watch through. However, in that case, yeah, I agree with you.
Did I do a reaction to? Did we do a reaction like on stream to the new Space Marine 2 trailer, AR? Or was that just in like the? Did we just watch it in the chat and then that? And then
We just watched it in the chat the other
so
day.
so I mean, I kind of was like half paying attention, going, "This looks like shit" the whole time, right?
Oh.
Okay, so
I want to get into this.
So maybe I should pull up the Space Marine 2 trailer.
Yeah.
And we could do a reaction to the Space Marine 2 trailer.
Have you guys actually seen it? Are we watching it for the first time? Because
I've seen it. It was on and I was in the room.
Okay, but you didn't actually watch it.
I was kind of half watching it, going, "This looks like it's gonna suck." But let's see. But let's give it the official one. Space Marine 2 trailer. I'm gonna give it. This is the official Slate the Space Marine reaction video. It can be cut down and trimmed and whatever in the future. What is it? 2 days ago? Let's see. Here we go.
I believe so. Before you watch it, I wanna preface something real quick.
Okay.
All right. So hear me out. So when you're watching this, what exactly are you looking for? Like in regards to like gameplay, because I know everyone likes their game a little differently. Like some people like Vermintide 2, they just like it for the multiplayer aspects, right? Because the first game had supposedly a pretty decent multiplayer. I mean, it was fucking cheap for sure, because the game itself was kind of dog shit, but the campaign was half decent, right?
Okay.
It could have been way fucking longer, but there wasn't much to it. But then you have this game, which is just a fucking leap and bounds over this one. Imagine Gears of War, but bigger, dicker is really what it comes down to, right? And
Sure.
I guess what I'm asking is, what do you look for in a video game in regards to this type of format, where it's third person shooter, kind of like Gears of War? Like what are you asking for exactly when you watch this?
Well, considering this is the sequel to Space Marine, which from the beginning and how it was released, announced, and pitched to the audiences and trailers and spoilers and all that, I would just hope that it's a good cinematic movie game, because that's what it's following up from. If you're going to play the story to this, I'm hoping that it's going to be like the first one, where it's cinematic overall. It's still a game. You can still lose and die, but it's gonna, like, you can, if you're playing through it smoothly, and not skipping through things, it's pretty much kind of like a 6 to 8 hour movie. It's probably not. Like the first game wasn't even super long. It wasn't the longest game,
It's like a 6-hour game.
And really,
It's not
it's funny how the game almost just kind of acts as like an extended tutorial for multiplayer. And the real game was multiplayer. Don't get me wrong, that was the real game.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah,
So,
it was.
like, I'm just going to expect the same thing. Story mode is a good story. That's a good movie that you can watch. You could play it multiple times and enjoy it because you're watching some machismo space marine super soldier fucking smash some orcs. Or no, they're Tyranids this time. And there's definitely not going to be Chaos Marines. You know, haha.
Yeah.
They weren't in the poster.
Wink,
you know,
wink, nudge.
So
Yeah.
you know, I would just hope that it's a good story. I'm not going to get what I want. I want to see Nemeroth come back, but he was the bad guy from the first one.
I mean, you never know. You might. Maybe they'll fuck us, our expectations, and be like, hey, let's sprinkle a little fairy dust. Let's see how they like it.
I don't expect anything because I think this is an entirely different writing team than the first one, and I wouldn't want an entirely different writing team to handle the baggage of the unfinished business of the prior story. Because that's something like right out of another example of this game that I play a bunch is Monkey Island, right? Funny how everything comes back to Monkey Island, right, AR? Everything comes back to Monkey Island. So there's the first 2 Monkey Islands, which were created by Ron Gilbert and I forget the other guy's name. And then after that, they left, and then the Monkey Island games were written and created by some other guys. But there was kind of unfinished business and unresolved plot hooks and like a you know an ending that left things ambiguous. That when a completely different team takes over, well, what was that secret that they were going to reveal in the earlier games? What was that thing, that bombshell? Well, now this new team comes in and goes, oh, it was this. Well, fuck you. Oh, it was this. Did you ask the guys who wrote the thing? No, we just made up some bullshit, pulled it out of our ass, and made a couple new sequels by our game. So, you know, then years down the road, the guys who made the original 2 games, they come back and they make a new game that's the proper sequel to the first and second game, kind of ignoring the other games. And it goes, no, this is the continuation, and this is how it originally was meant to be back when, before we left. So this is the right. So when this new team comes in, I would rather they didn't have Nemeroth anywhere near this fucking Tyranid swarmed fucking planet with 1,000 suns or whatever that's going to show up. But either way, so I
think that's pretty fair. What if I may? One last thing.
Jump on in. Yeah.
All right. Very last thing. So. Here's the biggest fuck you that I think is going to happen, all right? You ready for this? I think this is going to be the
Are you ready for this?
So, I think the big fuck you in this game that's going to deter a lot of people regardless because, you know, a lot of retards like to pre-order. Don't fucking pre-order your games.
And never buy your console at launch.
Yeah, for real, dude. Don't. It's a fucking stupid idea. But my mega hot take is that I think at the very end of this game, at the end of the campaign, I think they're going to put a female Custodes at the fucking end. Just a big fuck you to all the fans. And then that will be canonized. That's my hot take.
You know, I could see it. I think that this game went in, like, undercover mode after they made a trailer which showed Titus with the jump pack.
Yep.
Right? Because when they did that, they really jumped the gun on the toys that G-Dubs was making available at the time. Because at the time, we got to see the new jump pack that you fly around with like an assault marine, but there was not a single toy that had that jump pack. So they really... And then we heard dick all about this game. Until after, like, assault marines and all this other stuff in the toy line came out. And I'm just kind of pointing that out because, you know, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think somebody fucked up when they made that trailer, and they maybe weren't supposed to show that part, and then they had to shut the fuck up for a while. Like they really needed to like be, you know, loose lips, you know, they sink the ship, so they needed to shut the fuck up and wait until stuff was coming out. And yeah, so I could see the same thing at the end of the game, just like the end of the first one, where for some reason the Black Templars show up with an Inquisitor. I mean, like, shouldn't they have been Grey Knights? But either way. Either way.
Grey Knights, they eliminate the aliens. The
No, it's the Death Watch. The Death Watch
yeah.
eliminate the Grey Knights are the ones that fight the demons, and this whole planet
yeah, you're right.
is
you're
like
right.
a
Yeah,
demon. It's becoming this demon invasion now, right? So
Yeah.
it should have been the Grey Knights, but either way, it was the Black Templars. So yeah, what they'll have is they'll bring in like Brother Cavill, and they'll have this Space Marine that looks just like Henry Cavill, and he looks like a midget next to like this giant like thick dummy thick Dommy Mommy Custodes, right? Who's gonna walk in and she's gonna crush him with her thighs, and then she's gonna look at Titus, and then Titus is gonna be like, and then Titus will look into the camera and go, "It's a woman's penis," and then the credits will start rolling.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Well, because remember the writer of this story is also transgender,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
so
that's
they have to work that in there at some point. They're gonna have to say like, ever since I became transhuman, I've identified as Brother Marine, right? They'll put something like that, so that way it'll be insidious in the way that it's like, I identify as Brother Marine. You will refer to me as such. You know, like the guy who was like, "Sir," and it's like, "I am not Sir. I am Brother Chaplain Buttfuck, and I'm in black and white and a little bit of red," right? Like whatever that show was, the Blood Angel Chaplain show.
Yeah.
So they'll put that in there in this insidious way where it's already kind of baked in there in a way. So that way they can make the terminology relatable to the thing. So that way people who go, "I'm Brother Space Marine," are also, that one. All right, so let's do this reaction thing. All right. Intense violence, blood and gore, mature 17 plus, ESRB. All right. Can you see it, by the way?
Yeah.
You probably can't hear it, but I imagine, though. You won't be able to hear it, probably. Or maybe you will. No, you won't be able to. Just pretend you can, okay?
Alright.
Oh, it's just like that
Welcome
fan
to
fiction
Space Marine
Guardsman
2,
movie.
the newest installment in the Warhammer 40,000 franchise. Brought to you by Saber Interactive and Focus Entertainment. I'm Oliver Hollis-Lake, creative director on the project, and today I'm going to take you on a tour of the game's story, game
Can this
modes,
guy shut up?
progression, and a whole lot more. Giving you a taste of what's to come when the game releases on September 9th.
Campaign story mode, okay?
Space Marine 2 is a third-person action shooter set in the grim, dark universe of Warhammer.
So it's the same shit. There's gonna be little bitch enemies, big brute knob enemies, which are gonna be your your Carnifexes.
Either solo or with up to 3 players in co-op.
Boom! Oh, that there's my
Space Marine 2's
Thunderhawk
story
AR.
begins a century after the events of the first game. Captain Demetrian Titus is a genetically
Captain
enhanced
Demetrian
super
Titus?
soldier
I thought he was a
and hero
lieutenant
of
in
the
this game.
Ultramarines.
He got deranked.
from the galaxy.
Yeah, but why is he calling him Captain Titus?
Titus is returned to the Ultramarines,
You're a lieutenant now.
where he is demoted to lieutenant.
Well, that'll be a
Well,
problem.
why do we need to go down this fucking
Forced to
rigmarole?
prove his loyalty in the heat of battle. On a distant world, he must face one of humanity's most fearsome adversaries, the Tyranids. As you
Oh my
take
God,
control
it's the
of Titus
Feminids.
and his fellow battle
Their blue
brothers,
hair.
Chiron and Gadriel,
Oh, there's
You'll be
of
thrown
course
into the thick of a
inevitable
war.
diverse, diverse token black
thanks to our
character.
unique swarm technology, allowing us to render hundreds of real enemies on screen at the same time.
It's like
You'll
that.
face seemingly endless waves of crawling, running, and swooping enemies as far as the eye can see. You must repel the Tyranid invasion and rid the system of the Xenos threat.
It was like that
Battling
Akira.
claustrophobic
If
jungles
Akira
of
was
Gadget,
made in
the
America,
majestic
satire video where it was just like,
metropolis of Avarax, and other
true
epic
dat
locations.
indeed, inevitable black gangster character, true dat indeed,
After each
right? Like,
successful mission,
Yeah.
you'll return to the Battle Barge, a space fortress serving as the Ultramarines' orbital headquarters. Here you can gather crucial intel by interacting with onboard personnel.
true dat indeed.
Review your next targets and tailor your loadout.
You know, it reminds me they made this novel where they had Robotech Gilliman, and then they had this Ultramarine that looked exactly like Finn from the Star Wars movies. Right? And I was just like, why is all of this stuff hitting at the same time? Like, why is it all hitting the shelf at the same time? That's the thing that makes it suspicious. Like that, like, you know what I mean? That's the thing that makes it sniffs. That it's so strong that it's like they have to do it. That's what makes it forced and not natural, and it makes it uncomfortable, and it makes it. It's that part that makes it go. Why you're doing this because it's a quota?
Your duty is not yet done.
Like,
beyond the story campaign, you'll find operations mode. Here, the
oh wow,
focus is on
operations
cooperation
mode
and replayability. Play as one of 6 classes with unique skills and abilities. Then develop and
Here's your
customize them to
customization,
make them
baby!
your own. Whether you prefer the snipers,
Curry doesn't care about the woke, he says.
The Vanguard's
Oh, we got, oh sweet.
The
They got all, wait, do they got Gravis?
Your Space Marine
Do they have all the different modes of Primaris you can play as? Like,
decisive on the battlefield.
so here's one thing. Do the Primaris Marines all have these different modes, but then the Chaos Marines can get fucked because they don't have Primaris?
You'll also earn
I guess.
XP and armory data
Right,
that
like-
you can spend in the Battle Barge's armory to unlock new class perks and improve your armament.
What's with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure, dude.
Demands eternal discipline.
If you're into more competitive challenges, well then you're in for a treat. Enter the fray in our Eternal War mode, where you'll be able to pit yourselves against other players. 6 Space
This looks
Marines
just-
They have
clash
same
against 6
weapons.
of their
This looks just
sworn
exactly like the
chaos
first
adversaries
game.
in arenas
I mean, it's
inspired by the
in
game's
like
rich
higher
settings.
definition, but it looks just exactly like the first
Choose your
game.
preferred rule set.
I mean, it
Be the
probably is
intense
for all we fucking
Annihilation
know.
Deathmatch, strategic seize ground, or the exhilarating capture and control. Then engage in adrenaline-pumping matches that will test your skills against players from across the world.
Yeah, what else could they do with this
Offers you
game?
the
That's
chance
true.
To earn more XP and add more
Yeah, like,
weapons to
really.
your arsenal as you
Okay,
prove
they
your
got some
power on the
shield thing.
battlefield.
What is this fucking Halo?
Hell yeah!
That's all just a taste.
Oh,
of what's to
Dreadnought
come.
mode.
We can't wait
looks like
to
it's gonna be-
experience
That
the
was
passion and
Condemned.
care that our teams
Dreadnought
have poured
mode,
into
yeah.
this game. We've got more surprises in store for you.
So it's just gonna be the same old shit,
Yeah, pretty much.
but for a new generation.
Of shit.
This is the. So this is the Pepsi. This is the Space Marine 2, the flavor of the young generation.
Yeah.
Pre-order the standard,
September
gold, or
9th.
ultra editions,
Yes, sir.
and defend humanity on September 9th when Warhammer 40,000
Wait, what are the
Space
standard
Marine 2
gold and
launches on
ultra
PlayStation
editions?
5.
Oh, it's the pre-order pack, baby, with bullshit season pass and suck dick 4 days earlier.
Jesus. Well, this all looks terrible. So I'll probably have to get it, won't I?
You can win it from Valrak.
Yeah. Oh,
Yo,
really?
yo,
No, don't you have
yo,
to be
Curry.
subscribed to Valrak to win this stuff from them?
Oh,
Yo, Curry, what do you mean by us stop talking about the woke? I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. Please indulge us.
I'm gonna speculate before he answers, but he can say yes or no if I'm wrong or right. I believe that talking about the woke to Curry is cringe. So thus we are cringe for discussing it and pointing it out. So that way it should just brush it under the carpet, stop talking about it, and it'll go away. Which I get. It's kind of like what Morgan Freeman said, it stop talking about it, right? But this is one of those, if you just stop talking about the cockroach infestation, it's not going to go away. It's
Only gonna get worse.
It's just going to get worse.
Yeah.
So I respect Curry. So maybe we can tone it down a little bit. We'll tone it down. We'll put it in waves, right? Could you imagine if the ocean was just full force wave all the time? That wouldn't make sense because it wouldn't be a wave. But you get me, right? We gotta maybe it's gotta go back out into sea. So that way it can come back full force later on when we're talking about something else that's upsetting. I don't know, like Wizards of the Coast or something like that. Maybe we'll just plant that seed right now for later.
Oh, here you go. You want to talk about Magic the Gathering, dude? Let's talk about the last set with Blackagorn, baby. Because he was black. Right, guys? Wink, wink.
He was.
Come on, guys. Aragorn was
Oh,
obviously black.
He was part of the Dunedain.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
He was always black.
Of course he was.
Gaslight me harder, daddy.
Well, but then again, at the same time, we are also talking about a franchise where when you kind of think about it and you go up the family tree, Aragorn and Arwen are technically related.
Oh, a little bit. But come on, bro. Elves. They've been alive for tens of thousands of years. They basically slept with everybody. I mean, come on, man. Don't be weird.
When they're immortal, eventually the family line's going to kind of go in a little bit of like a...
Yeah, dude, for real. So I just find this really funny.
I think I got some of those cards in the video game. I was playing that game. What was that one, AR? We were playing this Magic the Gathering.
Arena.
Magic Arena, right? Available on Steam for free.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah, I played that. Yeah.
And now a word from not our sponsor, because I have no sponsors. Magic Arena. You can play Magic Arena. It's a game. It's Magic Arena, and you can play it, and it's free, and you can get it, and it's got magic cards, all cards, new cards, old cards, fat cards, skinny cards, all the cards that you want. It's pretty much got Pokemon cards. Why not? I mean, it's like a multiverse of shit. I mean, they can do whatever they fucking want. Warhammer! It's in Magic! Oh my god, and Fallout and fucking Ash from Evil Dead. So...
And don't forget, they have My Little Pony!
So... And then... I think one of the more recent sets they did was Fairy Tales. They did Fairy Tales. And so there was like the Gingerbread Man and like the Three Little Pigs and like the Big Bad Wolf and shit like that were like cards you could get. So...
What the fuck?
Yeah. But I remember, like, what was it? We played this game, because, what was it? These Lord of the Rings cards were coming out. And I'm pretty sure most of the motivation behind us playing the game was, let's get these cards so we can make fun of them. And, it was just like, let's just play this game so we can get these cards so we can go, hey, look at these, aren't these stupid? And then laugh at them. But then end up still playing the game. So it really was, it was kind of taking an L to get that. So, but there you go. And I remember there was all sorts of versions of different characters. And there was like the One Ring. And then I remember there was this promotion for the real cards, the ones you buy in packs at like the store. And they had the One Ring card, and there was like maybe only one of them, or I don't fucking know. And it was so rare, and oh my god. So, if it all goes back to one thing, the beginning of the universe, female custodies.
Yeah, basically. Yep. You know what? I actually agree with him on this. True. This is probably the one and only time I agree with you.
Oh, Aman's already got 3 female custodies tattoos. He said he's had them preemptively, like he foresaw this in a dream.
Of course.
He was laying in bed one night, and then the light shone in his eyes, and when he opened them, he awoken and saw the golden light of the female custodes titty pointing at him, and he was like, aw man, I sure hope her hair is. And then she took her helmet off, and she had purple hair that was shaved on one half of her head, and a nose ring, but 2 of them, one on one side and one that goes through like the cartilage. And then
it's like, I have awoken.
And then
in a very deep voice.
Yes, and then she spoke to him through her facial hair, where she said, "It's a woman's penis." And he was like, "I understand, my lord, and I will do as you bid." And then he ran off into the moonlight and into the night, and he forgot to get his clothes, so he was running around, and he was just flapping all around, just going all flappers and slappers. And then he went right up into the tattoo parlor, and they were like, "Man, like, do you need a towel?" And he was like, "No, I need a tattoo." And then he just presented, and they were like, "I know what to do, because I saw the same custodies visit me this night." And they both... So then... So then the tattoo parlor guy goes behind him and then just reaches around with the tattoo nail gun and then just starts going bzzz, and draws it like one into each nad. And like so he's got so he's getting a third one, I think he says. I think he's getting a third one.
Oh my god.
He says no, it was red hair and a Spartan-like aesthetic. So she's sitting there shirtless, like 300, but like you can see all the hair on her chest and like the curls of her beard as she looks off into the light, right?
Yeah. Oh my god, kill me now. Just pull the trigger already, please.
Oh well, I mean, this is the world we live in. You're not to quote, what is it, Rachel Maddow, right? You're not dreaming. This is real. This is real life. This is your reality. This isn't a dream. Right?
Oh man, sometimes it just makes me think, what the fuck we doing with ourselves?
Sometimes it really is. And, you know, the irony of this coming from but it's just like, we really have fallen from the grace of God, right? You know, like
no king rules forever, my son.
But, you know, like, once again, it comes down to the same sort of fables and stories there, where what happens when you fly too high to the sun, or when you don't let something go, right? Yeah. And then this has been now like this is almost the catchphrase of the fucking Afterdarks now, where it's just like fucking Harvey Dent said in that movie, you either see yourself die the hero, or you live long enough to become the villain. Star Wars, Star Trek, Warhammer 40K.
Battletech.
Battletech.
But admittedly, to clarify, it's not as bad yet. They're doing the same thing that Warhammer's doing. They're probing the crowd. There's a thing called the Paw Control or the Fox Patrol. Long story short, it's fanfic, fan fiction, furry.
They were called Fox Force 5.
Yeah,
They're
that's it.
Fox because they were a bunch of foxy women. Force because they were a force to be reckoned with. And 5 because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us. And it's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Yeah, no, but it's solid. Honestly, it's perfect. But no, like, you know, that is the only part of BattleTech, to my knowledge, that has been infected with the woke mind virus. Other than that, BattleTech is pretty solid, and to my knowledge, there's not enough retardation in there. So if you want to jump to a new hobby, BattleTech's your game that doesn't have remotely nowhere near as much wokeness as the next product.
Don't make me join there and defend my ultra golden mommy.
Shit.
My mommy's, you can't say that to her, that's mean. I'm gonna hit you in the shin. I don't know. You know what, BattleTech. You know, we were on for about an hour and a half now. So there was something that you were cooking up before we were talking about it, and you brought it up, and I'm kind of interested because one of the things at one point I was considering at least just not going full force, not going like I'm going in this direction now, but just a little bit of a dabble because it's part of the whole genre of the different fandoms and things, and it mixes in with Warhammer and Fallout and everything. Sure. Even, I don't know, even fucking Pokemon. There's fucking sentient bird people. Why not? That's just like a fucking Dodrio. So.
Oh, you mean Far Country? But yeah.
But BattleTech was something I was considering at one point. I've got this old manual book from like fucking 70s or something. I don't know, 80 something. Okay. And it's got a bunch of really badly drawn things. And I was thinking of going through it page by page and making a little thing that's totally not ripping off the Big Red Bear. Okay, for legal purposes, it's distinctly different because I'm Slate the Space Marine. Okay. So. All right. And just kind of going over these things. Like, I was doing the same thing with, like, weapons of Warhammer at one point. And I was considering at one point kind of going, maybe I'll make the Orion battle mech is equipped with 2 heavy laser cannons. Like, fuck, I don't know what it's equipped with, so I probably just said the wrong thing. But, like, you know, of course I would have to use a Kermit the Frog voice to be legally distinctly different from Big Red Bear. And
I don't know, guys.
that-
I think that's pretty hard to do.
I'm pretty sure that if I were to talk like this, that it would in fact be different if I were to talk about lambs. You know, the land to air mix.
Yeah.
So, I was considering getting into that. That was an option that I was putting on the table as like a maybe, right? And it would just be talking about it, showing some pictures, and then wrapping it up. So I'm just kind of putting that. I'm throwing that to the wind. I'm spitting that loogie out there and seeing what it lands on. I'm gonna post the tattoo in Discord, and where would I put it in the channel, Slaith? You can. I don't know where you're gonna put what. Where is Can you wait? Where would you? Where is the tattoo? If it's on your dick, no. But if it's not on your dick, but if it's in the general genital area, no. If it's in an area that's you could show off in, I don't know, a mall with like people around that you won't get arrested if they see it, sure. Post it in life posting. That would be a great spot to show it. Maybe we can even show it off on the channel if I want, or if we get around to it, or if I remember. So, Battletech was something I was thinking about doing in the channel at one point, just as kind of like a little bit of like a dip my toe in the water and see what the people think. If people like listening to me read off something about Battletech. So I'm just going to pitch that out there. That's just my free throw from across the fucking field, or I don't know, sports. So anyway, okay. So I'm just going with that. Okay, that's put that out there. But this is segueing into something a little bit more interesting, I think. Okay, that's what it was segueing into, whatever that weird noise was. And what I was going to get into. So I believe you were explaining to me earlier before we started the stream that you were making a fan movie for Battletech. Would you like to? Yeah. I don't know if you have a platform that you do this on, or if you want me to like put a link up or something.
I'll be honest with you. I don't have anything currently. I personally have a Discord that I use for most of my stuff, but currently I am. Man, there's so much I need to say on this topic, but
yeah, go on.
I'll try to shorten it down as best as I can. But basically, if you're a fan of Battletech, even remotely, out of all of the people doing content, I'm probably one of the only people throwing actual money at the actual problem. As of right now, I have got full permission from the persons who made a video on the particular topic that I am making currently. Think of it like an expansion upon an idea and just blowing it up, just like making it so much bigger than the original idea. So there is a video out there on YouTube right now. It's called The Black Mad Cat, all spaced out. And basically it's a story about a guy who is in prison for a crime that he committed, and it's a flashback. And anyway, it represents his beginnings in life, and it goes through his life. He goes through college, he becomes this mech warrior, and he has like this drinking problem. And basically this story kind of climaxes in a sense where his drinking problem finally gets to him, and he kills a guy. And basically he just tells this entire story in like 19 minutes. It's like this little PowerPoint thing. It shows some pictures, right? And it's a decent story. My idea is to take that same story and just blow up every aspect of it. Make every little idea that I explained just now and just make each one of them expanded. And
so would that be like I'm just kind of brainstorming here. Would that be like he's doing his PowerPoint thing and he's explaining something that happened, and then it like flashbacks into the moment, the moment? And
I'm basically making a live action of that PowerPoint.
Yeah. And so it's not just the PowerPoint, but it's the moments themselves that he's talking about?
Yes. Exactly. Right now, as it stands, by the end of this month, I should be at the end of my second act. There are 3 acts to this short film. Currently we are sitting at roughly 17 pages, and by the time we get done, we'll probably be sitting less than 30 pages. And I cannot count the amount of scenes that I have to make. Like, there's so many scenes, so many. There are 3 main characters. There's the love interest, there is the main character, and then there is this mechanic called Roland. And Roland is a very, very interesting character. I wouldn't consider him like a father figure or anything like that, but he, he looks out for himself, and he, if anything, he tries to keep to himself a little bit. But when our main character comes into the picture, he feels for the guy, and he wants to help him succeed as like a mech warrior and stuff. And they become best friends through their time serving in the military in Steiner space. And somewhere along the way, they get kicked out of their unit and transferred to another unit. And this new unit that they join is got our main character's love interest. And that develops a little bit. And through drinking, he might lose a little bit of that relationship, but again, that's a little bit into the future, and I don't want to spoil it too much. But that's essentially what I've got so far.
Okay, sounds good. So I just checked out. The tattoo.
Oh,
that was.
How is it?
Let's pull this up.
Uh-oh. All right.
Let's pull this up. It's kind of. Oh, that's really close up. That's somebody's neck. That is just somebody's neck. All right, hold on. Let's. Here we go.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute, hold up.
So let's take a look at what we got here. So it's what kind of. Something about the style of it reminds me of something like Japanese sort of scroll work.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it's also got that anime touch where she's got long red hair.
Yeah, true. Don't you be talking shit about my red waifu.
Oh, well, if it's anime, it's obviously made by some kind of pedophile that wants their little sister to fuck them.
Oh, hold on, did you see that video with that old white guy, and he's talking shit, he's got that little white mustache, and he's like, anyone who watches anime is a fucking pedophile. Yeah, that means you too.
Well, I think I might, if I have it around, let's see, do I have, let's do another, this is Image Night.
I'll be honest, that was recently too. Like, that wasn't even a while back. That was recently. Like, not even this week. I'm pretty sure a video of that shit was posted. But I can't remember who said it or where. But if you look hard enough, you might be able to find it.
So I got this meme that I made years ago.
I'm 50. Maybe like, yeah, basically true.
So, you see, I might hold some very critical opinions towards anime.
Yeah.
Because, you see, there you go. I don't even need to explain it. That picture did it all for me in a picture. And that's why the left can't meme. So.
Got him.
Got him. So.
Man, I was not expecting that, but I was pleasantly surprised.
I wasn't expecting somehow Star Wars and Star Trek to unite against anime. That's right. I brought the clans together. I united the clans. I am the William Wallace of fandom. Or maybe I'm.
I united the clans, and together we'll take out the English.
Or maybe for one of these times I'll have to like half face paint my face blue.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
There we go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm very critical of anime. a lot of the times. Because then there's also this weird thing where there's always the older brother with the little sister, who the little sister really wants to get his attention. And she, like, really wants to get his attention, if you know what I mean. For some reason. It's like, I don't know, all these artists have this kind of weird fantasy in their mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, I'm just very critical of it. The only kind of anime that's digestible is honestly the most fucking milquetoast mainstream shit that doesn't venture anywhere near this fucking perverse degeneracy.
What, do you mean like Bleach, Dragon Ball Z, One Piece, fucking... God, what other bullshit's out there that's like baller as fuck? Oh, I know. How about fucking Gaiju number 8, dude? That shit... fire. Boom. There it is.
Oh, there's probably some excellent shows out there, and it's tough to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, and this baby's
Berserk!
gotta go.
Berserk, dude. Fire.
But then there's the infiltration and the infection of anime and its influence on Western animation, even though Western animation's made in probably Korea and fucking Vietnam anyway.
Slaith.
But
Slaith.
yeah,
Stop you.
yeah.
Dude,
Western animation is directly responsible for that RWBY plus Justice League that you lasted for all of I think 45 seconds of.
Yeah, but there wouldn't have been a Western animation Justice League plus Ruby if there wasn't this Ruby anime content bullshit. Would there?
Wait, are you talking about Red versus Blue? How they managed to fuck up that entire series after the 15th season? Yeah, I was there for that. Everything after that, fucking trash. Anyway.
No. It's the Justice League, but drawn in an anime style and included among the characters from Ruby. You know, like the four maid cafe girls that are like the modern day Sailor Moon. That each one of the letters that makes the acronym of the name of the show is representing the color of each one of their hair: red, blue, like yellow and white or something, whatever it is. Right.
Okay.
So the Ruby anime, combined with Justice League.
Man, I'm here being attacked.
Like this is like it's okay. Honestly, all of this perverse shit start with Western cartoons with things that aren't anime. Started, and here's where I'm not going to be making any friends. It started with fucking Teen Titans. You know, like I remember being an influential teenager back in the day watching Teen Titans and going, "Wow, this is great. This is amazing. Teen Titans. This is fucking awesome. I love Teen Titans. This show, when there's trouble, you know who to call. Teen Titans." And I'm sitting there going, "Oh man, this show's great." But then you know what? When I got a little bit older, I recognized that it was the most anime derivative shit that you'd ever fucking seen in a most insulting way ever. Where all of a sudden these characters, Robin, fucking Beast Boy, Cyborg, Raven, and Starfire, and I don't know, that other chick Terra, no one cares about her. And then all of them, and they all start doing like teardrop anime things and like little mushroom clouds out of their mouth and the stress mark fucking like pound symbol thing. Oh my god, I'm so stressed. Giant head, I'm gonna bite your head off thing. Black and white, all the different anime trope, different fucking schlock things that you can think of from a fucking stock fucking copy-paste anime was slapped right onto Teen Titans. And you know what? All of the whole, but Teen Titans had this really tight story and this drama that you but it was good. But then it was also slapped on with this fucking anime schlock fucking bullshit, and it just made the whole show fucking tonally bankrupt. What is it? Is it, oh man, Beast Boy, let's go get some fucking pancakes and waffles. Oh wow, Cyborg, I really do like waffles. That's right, waffles. Let's get some waffles, Beast Boy, fucking waffles, man. Why do you guys both like waffles? Oh, come on, Raven, don't you understand waffles? Yeah, Raven, waffles and pancakes are the fucking shit. I'm Robin and I'm a really fucking tight ass. Let's go. Then there's that's the show. That's the show. And you know what? That's why Teen Titans Go is better. That's why Teen Titans Go is the better show because it was self-aware.
Oh my god.
Teen Titans Go was better than Teen Titans because it was self-aware. But the thing is, Teen Titans Go couldn't have made it success. It couldn't have been good without Teen Titans. Teen Titans is required. It is required reading. You must have Teen Titans there to have Teen Titans Go, because then, hold on, just wait, because there's more, because with Teen Titans Go, you might think that it's making a mockery and it's taking the shit out of the show that you love that had this angsty teenage fucking story with the Teen Titans, right? You might think, man, this is fucking stupid. They're making farts noises with their mouth jumping on the couch. I hate this show. It's ruined Teen Titans. You might think that. But this show makes deep cut references to Teen Titans, the show. Deep cut references that you could only enjoy and appreciate if you watched all of Teen Titans and had enjoyed it. So, it's a completely tonally different show, but it's not tonally bankrupt. It knows what it is, and it is what it is earnestly throughout. It's not this thing that's a fucking clown show, let's eat some fucking waffles, Beast Boy show, oh my god, let's cry over Terra, now fucking, oh my god, we got, like, Slade Wilson turning into Skeleton Satan Man working for a demon lord that's gonna take fucking Raven away, but let's go turn into an octopus with weird anime fucking emotes. Like we're playing Ragnarok Online and we're using emotes to inflect something. So, like, it's not tonally confused like Teen Titans was. Teen Titans had some great moments. It had that Puffy Amiyumi soundtrack for, like, the opening sequence, right? And, like, obviously I remember it to this day, and it's something that was, like, you know, right? Like, it was catchy. It had a great, you know, that was brilliant. The animation in it was very good. So, like, hear me out on this one. I'm not, once again, throwing out the baby with the bathwater on this, but
yeah,
the thing is that the show was so confused as to what it was. Did you ever have a Batman the Animated Series, which Teen Titans kind of disingenuously pretended in a way it was kind of sort of connected to? Kind of like Justice League?
Yeah.
In that kind of sort of way. But when did you ever see Batman or Robin or a character in Batman the Animated Series, or Justice League for that example, emote and talk on length about fucking waffles? You see, that's the thing. Teen Titans was fucked because they never stuck to a thing. But Teen Titans Go, so, like, once again, this is that, I swear, this is like a bitter pill that no one wants to swallow. But Teen Titans Go knew exactly what it was from the very beginning, and it delivered it consistently and thoroughly throughout its entire run. And then, ultimately, when it culminated in the combination of a multiverse movie of Teen Titans Go, and Young Justice, Teen Titans Go put Teen Titans and Young Justice in their fucking place. With like honestly, especially fucking like Young Justice. Oh my god, you can fucking hear the stubble growing on their characters because of how fucking serious that they are in fucking Young Justice. Oh my god, they're so fucking serious. Like,
yeah.
You know, right? So that's my rant on Teen Titans. I hope I've not made any enemies. Probably frenemies, but I don't think I made any friends tonight. But
I'm gonna just be straight up with you, Ben. The Go version, I'm just gonna limit this to like 2 sentences. All right, Teen Titans Go sucks big donkey dick. Teen Titans, big ballin', and Young Justice is subpar. But I was never a Justice person to begin with, so it is what it is. Marvel can go eat a big donkey dick. So it is what it is.
I think there's one line in Teen Titans Go that made me win it. There's one line in that thing. There's a little bit of a setup to it, so like you have like let me get to it. And it's what won me over that made me like go, you know what, this show is perfect.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to set you up for it though, okay?
Alright.
In this, because these are all short little vignettes, right? Like the way that they did that show. So in this episode of Teen Titans Go, Robin is making the perfect sandwich. And then when he looks away and looks back, it's gone. Like he put it in the fridge and now it's gone. The perfect sandwich is gone. So Robin deduces, after a bunch of trial and error, that there's only one person that could have stolen the perfect sandwich from him. And that would be him in the future. Because the him in the future remembered tasting the perfect sandwich, but was never able to truly enjoy it because someone stole it. And the person that stole it was him. Make sense so far? So they travel to the future. And they go up to Nightwing's apartment or building. He's in some cheap, like, slummy apartment. Sounds relatable.
Yeah.
And like, I forget, it was like Starfire or Raven or something. Come on, Robin. Just like, can't we just like let it go? And he's like, no, I never let anything go. And that was the line.
Oh my god.
And that was the line that went, you know what? This show isn't that bad. And and now here's the thing. Now here's the thing. I could only enjoy that line, really, if I had watched all of Teen Titans and enjoyed it.
Yo.
Do you hear? So because I had watched the whole thing, suddenly I get rewarded in this Teen Titans show with this amazing line from Robin, which is it was the most brilliant moment ever, and it won me over and went, you know what? That was a cap moment. This show is not that bad. You remember like fucking like you remember Fleckus Talks going around with his fucking wooden spoon, going, "Hey, I'm not saying Trump's the greatest, and I'm not saying he's the worst. I'm just saying he's not that bad." Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, he's not that bad. You remember that? Remember Fleckus Talks? Guy with this wooden spoon and big beard, and he would walk around and he would talk. He was a super friendly guy, right? And he would go around and talk to people. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Teen Titans Show is the greatest show in the world. I'm not saying it's
Felicia Talks.
No, it was Fleckus.
Is that what it is?
It was Fleckus.
I always thought it was Felicia Talks.
Oh, bye, Felicia. No, it was Fleckus.
Okay.
Yeah, it was this big dude. It was this big dude. He had this big beard and a hat, and he had this microphone with a wooden spoon on it. And then at one point, he had to get rid of the wooden spoon. He had this tiny little wooden spoon, and he put it on it. And and he would just say, "I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying it's the worst. I'm just saying it's not that bad." So, I mean, over time, just because of certain tastes over shows, I had to say I started getting a little bit of that indigestion with Teen Titans. Now, the thing is, I clearly would have had to have watched it all based off of this story, this little anecdote that I give you. I clearly would have had to have watched it and enjoyed it and appreciated it and all of that to have gotten to this point where Teen Titans Go had this real fucking selling moment. And that, honestly, I mean, yes, I have to say, a lot of the things, like, I have to say this. Disclaimer. Okay. Yes, Teen Titans Go has the Teen Titans jumping up and down on a couch going, and, like, that's, like, and they're sitting there making farting noises with their mouth while also pretending it's from their butts and stuff like that. It straight up has shit like that 100%. But it also has these brilliant moments like that that really just really make it all fucking worth it in the end. Because they're fucking little stupid vignettes anyway, and like, and then once again, then once again, like on the opposite side of this, where I say that the original one, I'm gonna call it the original, was tonally bankrupt or tonally confused. Yeah. Then there's the one that was really sure of what it was tonally that I also didn't like, which was Young Justice. And holy fucking hot trash. I hated that show. I fucking hated it. Especially when all of a sudden they were like, now we're introducing the Justice League. I'm Batman. And you guys all fucking suck, you Young Justice fucks. Now you all have to fight us. Oh my god, we have to fight the Justice League. This is kind of stupid, because how are we expected to win? We're the fucking teenage versions of all these characters, and we all suck in compared to fucking Superman and Batman and shit. No, we've got this. We're fucking Robin and Superboy. What? Like, what? No, you lose. You lose. Good day, sir. You lose. You get no factory. You do not win Willy Wonka's fucking funhouse. You're gone. Be gone. You lose. But they win. And that's Young Justice. And that's why the movie where they all join together is awesome. That's my rant on that one. Okay. I'm gonna let you two duel it out for a minute, though. You two get to duel it out. I'm gonna step away for a second, and when I come back, I'm sure you're probably gonna be talking about something that I'm gonna have no idea what it is, and that the comedy ensues and awaits. So okay. I leave it to you. AR, you're in charge until I get back, which is starting now.
All right, so Clay, how do you feel about G.I. Joe?
It's all his fault. They're making G.I. Joe gay. I'm angry. I literally saw a movie about it, or like news about it. Like,
hi Curry.
So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but there is film.
Which one?
There's a film channel that I watch on Discord on the news channel, and basically they talked about how they're gonna make G.I. Joe gay in a new show. I'm not very happy about it. I just can't seem to leave anything good alone. That's how I feel about that. Yep, true story.
Well, I think that the next G.I. Joe was supposed to be a crossover between that and the Transformers movie.
Well, yeah, but I'm specifically talking about something like 6 months in the future, and it's not going to be the movie that you just described. It's going to be something completely different. So just so you jump...
Because I know that, like, have you seen, like, the new Transformers? Because it's probably not on, like, your list or anything close, right?
I mean, Transformers was a childhood friend, so it depends on what you mean. Because I watched Transformers Beast Wars. That show was the shit. Shit was
did you see the new movie then?
I'll be honest.
With the fucking, they have the fucking Beast Wars fucking.
Oh, kitty. I need to.
That's
go
a
and watch
tone.
it. Yeah, I need to go and watch it.
And hello, Curry. Hello, Maximilian. Hello, Nuclear. Hello, a man who remains. If I missed anyone, let me know.
Yo, what's up, guys?
How's the chat going? All right, I'm back. You're doing some cat cam. Put some
G.I. Joe movie.
We got the cat cam to cover up. I don't know what you guys were talking about, but I imagine that clearly. You got all your Tonys? You got all your Tonys there, Cookie? All right,
the
there
fake
you go.
host is back.
All right. Oh, the fake host.
You got your Tonys there, Cookie.
You got your Tonys there. Well, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure he's at least 75%. He's at least 51% Cookie. So at this point, you know, there you go.
Oh man, he showed off the real talent. Put him back on. We need more talent.
Oh, is it Tony time? It's Tony time.
Yeah. Hey,
it's Tony time.
Oh, he appreciates.
Oh, okay. Well, let's bring it over there. Hey, Tony, up here. Up here. Up here. Oh, look at him. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, what a good boy. Yeah, he's a protector. And what else are you? What else are you, Tony? You're a protector, and you're a bully, and you're fat, and you're a cuddly cat, and you are sweet. What else is he? He's lots of things. He's got a whole personality. He's one of those orange cats.
He's not a vermin, Maximilian. Oh, my goodness.
Look at this boy. Yeah. Okay.
He's a ham. He knows.
Well, he's a turkey.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
He's definitely a turkey. I mean, like, he's a big boy. I mean, like, come here, Tony. Come here. I'll pull him up here. There he is. He is a big cat.
Man, like, he's a chonker.
He's, oh, Lord, he's coming, sort of chunk.
Oh, Lord, he a coming. He a chunking.
He's definitely chonking. Tony, what do you think? What do you think of your adoring audience? They all look at all see all the chat there. They all say
Tony.
that he's great. They all say that's yeah. He can't read, so it's okay.
Yeah. Shit. Shit.
Oh, Tony likes us. Oh, he's a fat boy. Yeah, that's right. He's definitely a fat boy with extra mayo and chili and all the fixins.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Let's see.
What else did we have in the list here of topics? Did we have anything else? Let's see. We had Acolyte episode 4, covered that. Well, we could go back to falling back to the Fallout show.
Yeah, because he had I believe Clay has some takes that he might have to talk about with them.
Yeah, we might have some. We might all. There might be a whole. Yeah, this is hot takes power hour here.
Hot takes. Here we go.
All right, so you had some. I mean, I think we talked about. Let's give the lead up to it, so that way. So we don't want him walking into a room and like he's walking into a room with a bunch of fucking like raiders and they're all pointing the guns at him like. So what do you mean you don't like the Fallout show? That sounds like a bit of bullshit. If you ask
Sounds like
me.
heresy. Yeah, heresy.
That sounds like something that gets your fingers cut off. So, I'm pretty sure that generally most, like when we were talking about it, I think it was most of the show was pretty good. There was a couple parts that were perhaps questionable at most. And some of them that were clearly agenda. I'm going to say the way I described one of them was the non-binary of Steel character was probably was that right there that's agenda. But then little things like the Pip-Boy making the sound from like 76 or even like the design of power armor compared to whatever like that, and then there's the confusion with the chalkboard that's not quite exactly clear, and people speculated on.
Yeah, okay.
Like I'm just kind of going over, right? Like just like I'm just going over the premises, and then like most of it was pretty good, but then there was some questionable at best in a good faith way. Or destructive at worst, new lore additions, changes, or revelations to what we knew about ghoul lore in Fallout. I think that pretty much covers it, right?
And the NCR itself, that their lore got pretty fucked too, but
I think that it's whatever resulted after the end of New Vegas, because this game only takes this game. You know, the interesting thing here, right?
Yeah,
is that at one point the password they enter in the show is an Easter egg because that was the release date of Fallout 1, and that this game, I keep saying that this show is set and came out or was released 15 years after New Vegas in real life and in universe. Does that make you get me?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
double
whammy there. And I mean, when we know about how New Vegas ends, from what we know, it's one faction or another takes over the Strip and New Vegas, for better and for worse. Either it's the NCR, which are fucking inept, and they are inept morons that are growing, but they're dying at the same time. The moment a tiny little bit of resistance, well, I guess not tiny, the moment that the Legion resists, they're fucked. And they're immediately in a decline, and they're already in a collapse. The Legion, the moment that Caesar died, was already doomed to die, according to Ulysses. The Yes Man ending is left ambiguous. The writer said, no, it's meant that he's gonna work with you in the future, but it really sounds like he's gonna betray you in the end.
Yeah.
And then there's the House ending, where I guess the NCR become cucks of the wasteland, the Legion gets defeated, the Brotherhood get defeated, etc., and the House always wins. And then those are the different options And could it be one or multiple or none of those that resulted in the end of what we get into the show now? Yeah, it could be. It could be none of them, right? If there's multiple options.
If I had to choose, honestly, I kind of like the idea of the House winning because, I mean, if you really want to talk about like conspiracy-wise, like government shit, I genuinely see the House being like the ultimate winner because he can manipulate pretty much everyone with his robots.
Yep,
and his messengers, by the way.
You know, before you go off on, because I wanted to lead you up into getting to so you get into your thing. We were actually speculating on, because they show House in the show. Spoilers.
Yeah.
They show House in the show, and then what I was thinking of was, well, what if they could bring House back in this new show, like in the current time? Like maybe what if they could make like almost all of the story, all of the endings count in this sort of like they're all true but none of them are true sort of ending, where they right like and so. And I know that's kind of doesn't like just hear me out here just to get to the point where
I'm listening.
Like let's say like you know how House you can kill him.
Yeah.
And so he can be either smash his brains in or he's brain dead, whatever. But we also know that there's Big Mountain and there's Brain Tech and there's putting your brain in someone else. We know that Robert House has a brother. We know a lot of things. And also that you can put your brain in someone else's body, according to Big Mountain characters. And then you can leave Big Mountain and take over the world, right? So
yeah.
We also know that House's robots are able to just kind of like they have backup secret hidden files and things that they can access. Yes Man goes, I accessed some secret hidden files and now I'm going to be more assertive. We accessed some secret hidden files and now they can shoot fucking rocket launchers out of their shoulder blades. Right? We accessed some secret hidden files and perhaps the recently deceased Robert House has a backup brain that he's put somewhere that he can upload into a Securitron, and now on that TV screen, you see Robert House. Robert House. I'm not counting Robert House out of the picture because the ending leads to there's got to be someone big and bad that's ruling all the fucking wasteland. Let's go fucking find him. He's that way. Where's that way? The Strip. Who's in the Strip? I don't know. What are we gonna go talk to that fucking chick at fucking Vault 21? Like, who are we gonna talk to? The fucking people at like the tops? Like, who is there that's running the whole show behind the wheels? Well, the other theory I was having on that one was whoever House probably buried in Vault 21 underneath piles of cement. Right? You hear me on that one? Because he cemented Vault 21, right? He buried everything that's inside of it.
Yeah.
Maybe he buried people inside there. And that's who's really in control. Total speculation mode now. But, alright. Okay, now that I've gone on that, I want to hear everything that you loved and hated about this show, and it sounds like you're leaning more towards the latter than the former.
Wow. So, to start this off, you have to come with two things. The first, perspective. If you're watching this from the perspective of a casual, normie, brand new to Fallout, the show is a fucking 10 out of 10, would watch it again. However, if you are a lore enthusiast who respects lore and respects canon, this is a fucking piece of dog shit. It has redeemable qualities, but those redeemable qualities are far and in between. So let's start off with the very first thing. The very first problem with this show is the NCR. Again, heavy spoilers, so if you're new to the show, shut off the stream because I'm going to ruin it for you.
No, don't. I need the watch time hours.
Anyway, so you have this chick. She's trying to get married, main character, obviously. And of course, it's a chick, so right out the gate, we're starting with strong women, which, truthfully, throughout the entire show, she's great. Okay? She is not a bad character. She is explained. Her backstory is great. In all seriousness,
main character, fucking great from start to finish. Her character development is fantastic. I have nothing to complain about.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So then you have her brother. Her brother, I wish there was some more character development, but her brother adds backstory to the rest of the Fallout universe, which is good and explains all the bullshit that maybe you miss with the main character that maybe you would have wished that she had seen and done all of it. But for the sake of argument, for the show, it worked. And again, not much to complain about there. Then you have like, I know I'm skipping around, but
Cucky McCousin?
is it her cousin?
Her cousin? Her Cucky
Is that who that
McCousin?
is?
Yeah, that's her cousin.
Oh.
The one that wanted to marry her?
Oh, that guy. Okay, so yeah, that incestuous thing was kind of weird, not gonna lie.
You know what, oddly enough, I want to say that seeing Cucky McCousin and little brother that's way too old to be playing her little brother, look perfect for Batman and Robin if you put them next to each other. Right? And if you gave them like the 1960s Batman costumes, they look absolutely fucking perfect for Batman and Robin. And the dynamic and like the way they even interacted on screen, they even work as like they were. I thought honestly the whole time I was like, oh man. Meanwhile, back in 60s Batman, right? Every time it would go to them investigating.
No, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I could see that. I fuck with that. So anyway, Cucky McCuckington, he I find that story really funny. I think they both did a really good job, both the brother and the cousin. I couldn't agree more. Their characters were great throughout the entire film. I had no issues with either character. In fact, I think the three honestly did a fantastic job throughout the entire story. So we're gonna go a little bit further into story where the other Vault decides to get married, and then the fucking plot twist where you come to find that hey, these Vault people are actually Raider NCR people because their shit got fucked up a couple months beforehand. But hey, when they decided to open the Vault, we fucking cucked them for everything. We stole everything, and we rule the place now because we're Raider NCR folks. But don't worry about it. We're gonna marry your daughter, and it's all Gucci, baby.
They were like the Fiends combined with the NCR, because the weird part about that part, and this is a part I will criticize too, is that Moldaver and the NCR, which we find out later are the NCR. We don't know they're the NCR at this point, right?
Yeah.
We don't know that at all. And that when they come in, they're Raiders with their fucking Raider spike armor shit hidden underneath their Vault jackets. And they come in looking like fucking tweaking like crackheads from Terminator 1 going, hey, some night, huh? Or whatever, you know, laundry day. Like and then
it's cringe. Let's just admit it. It's fucking cringe.
It was terrible. And I mean, I kind of liked some of the parts, like where the one of them pulled out some jet and used it. I kind of liked a little bit of the nod.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but like, but that part, it's when you get that reveal later on that that's the NCR, but then also when in complete contrast to those Raiders, the NCR that we see later at the observatory are like visually completely different, I would want to say, to the Raiders that it's
visual.
It's almost like it's like a bait and switch. It's like
it is.
It's like at the like to enter the Vault, she just hired a bunch of fiends, and maybe those weren't NCR at all, but she's working with the NCR, so they're probably NCR. So like there's all sorts of layers of what the fuck is going on there, and then like also the fact that it's like first off, we also have the unanswered question of how the fuck is Moldaver, like, obviously she cryogenically froze her fucking self to get to this point in time, but
Yeah.
where, how, and, like, how did she get the means to do this? And also, if she's so well known as to being this, like, communist leader, whatever, and back in, like, 2077 or whatever, whenever it was, right?
Yeah.
How did Hank not recognize her the moment that she came in? How did Hank not have any communication with Vault 31 or Vault 32 or whatever as to what's going on? There was no communication. Clearly there was communication between 33 and 31, between Brain Dude and Hank and fucking whatever her name was, right?
Yeah.
But there was no communication at all, and that no one has any idea who anybody fucking is, and that they're totally just gonna just accept that Vault 32 look like absolute fucking psychopaths, and they're just like, come on in, let's have this picnic wedding, bang my daughter, and it just kind of becomes it raises the although I mean. I'm gonna be a little bit flip-flop on this one. It's the okay. Things can't happen unless people are dumb.
Yeah.
And the people are exceptionally dumb in this show. But that's also not something that's entirely alien to just Fallout in general.
Yeah, that's usually a movie thing. Sometimes it's usually based during time things, like time travel and other shit, and then it's also just based on, oh, well, this guy can't know what's happening, otherwise it ruins the rest of the movie.
Well, it's like if the good guys, let's just say, weren't dumb for a little bit, then the villains wouldn't have the edge that you need to. There wouldn't be that conflict that needs to be solved. And
exactly.
I mean, Fallout, the games, is also a bit ripe with some pretty dumb people that you're meant to save. That. You know what I mean? Like, you're dealing with some pretty fucking stupid people. So I'm playing both sides on that and man, this is kind of fucking stupid that, like, how can people be this fucking dense?
It's Devil's Advocate. You're playing Devil's Advocate.
Devil's Advocate, but it's also that I'm a little bit on the fence on it, because on one side of it, there's the side of me going, this is fucking stupid, but then there's the other side of it going, but no, that's just like in the Fallout games. Right? You know, like, and so it's kind of like it's respecting the material, but it's also just kind of fucking stupid. Like, also the whole fucking vault that's a trap that you go into and they experiment on you by being nice to you or something, and then they pour blood and ashes on themselves, and there's fucking stupid Cyclops guy and a guy with an extra nose and, like, fish person. Like, that place...
And they're all naked.
And they're all naked at one point. Now, on one side of it, that was absolutely fucking stupid. But on the other side of it, wow, finally they've added mutants that aren't ghouls or super mutants, as they alluded to in all of the training parts of the game, where it's like, now you've got to take the goat. You've fallen into some radiation and an extra arm has grown out of your belly. What do you do? Right?
What?
Well, they're right there. There's this whole group of people that are irradiated that have grown the extra arm out of their fucking belly. But this, that, and the fucking other. And now we have this whole range of things in this weird fucking freak show that they needed to fucking put in there. But
what I find really weird about all of that is, number one, they really like pregnant ladies. And two, all of that culty worship shit, that's all to the same lady. The NCR lady.
The NCR lady, or Moldaver, the Fire Mother, they call her there.
Yeah! So, like, you've got, like, 3 trifectas worth of fucking bullshit. They're all connected to this lady, and you're standing there like, how the fuck is all this connected, and why is it connected? It makes no goddamn sense.
Well, because she was there at Shady Sands with Lucy's mom, who obviously had a gay-lesbian relationship with Moldaver, and it's not just because they held hands and whatever, it's actually more symbolized with the fucking gay tone, or what's it called? Gay fucking, they call it, or whatever, gay something with characters. Gay coded, that's the thing. that they did this with these two characters in this flashback scene where it shows them both together in rose light slow-mo, where there's a rainbow that flies across the screen over top of both of them.
Right.
Because of the light, because of the J.J. Abrams light lens flare. There is a rainbow that goes over top of them, and they're all lovey-dovey, rose-colored glasses, with that, like, almost like Star Trek, when they show the woman in Star Trek, so they put the fucking Vaseline on the lens. They do that kind of shit to show that they're in love, and that they're so beautiful, and it's so beautiful. And then you get to and they're two withered old lesbians that are dying of lesbianism in their chairs while she's holding her dead lesbian hand. That's where that leads to. Like, so, I want to say the writing's on the fucking wall with that. It's the same fucking shit that they did with Morph in the X-Men show, and then people were trying to say, no, it's not, they're just friends, and it's like, you're fucking stupid. What do you mean? Like, fuck off to they're just friends. Morph is fucking romantically interested in Wolverine now. That's a thing now. It's not they're just fucking friends and it's platonic love. Fuck off. Fuck off. It's clearly meant to be this. The fucking showrunner said it was meant to be this. Like, that's the message. Like, why are you fighting against the message now? You're part of the fucking message. Like, so they had to put the gay coding in there, which also ties into the fucking, also the non-binary of Steel, who's also clearly romantically interested in Finn from Star Wars. Because of the whole, there's even the part where non-binary of Steel is like, oh, you found somebody, or oh, you're going to go to her or something. You should just stay and just give up on that and stay here with me, right?
Yeah.
Like, and all the sacrifices this person makes for Finn from Star Wars, like that's. Like, the writing's on the fucking wall of what they're going for there. Although, I will give it that at least Fallout did Finn and Rey from Star Wars better than Star Wars did Finn and Rey.
I agree with that. All right, so let's move on to the next scene. So, let's see, NCR, we can throw that away. What's the next scene? I think it's the city, isn't it?
It's when they get to Philly.
Oh, no. Actually, the
Enclave.
next scene, Brotherhood of Steel. Enclave isn't here yet.
Oh, Brotherhood of Steel with Finn getting his ass kicked.
Yeah. So Finn gets real pissy that he gets passed over for promotion. And I'm skipping a whole bunch of shit here because the rest of it is trans girl and Finn talking a bunch of shit. They're best friends and, oh, life kind of sucks, but at least we're together. Ha ha ha. And then fucking gets passed for promotion, sticks a needle in fucking her shoe, and now she can't go on the mission because she's all fucked up. By the way, she doesn't know that she got mortally stabbed by Finn's fucking shenanigans. He gets promoted. He goes on the mission with the fucking Brotherhood of Steel and his fucking power suit. Mm-hmm. They go on a mission, right? The other guy's itchy for a fight, so they get dropped off early from location for whatever fucking reason. That's stupid. Why are we doing this? Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling like it. Fuck it. Let's go down. Let's go to this cave. Oh, cool cave. I wonder what's in there. Urgh, it's a fucking bear. Oh, Uruguay. Oh, no, it's eating me. Finn, save me. Save me, you dumb bitch. And he's like, no.
Oh, but it's not just that even. It's also just let's go randomly land on this location that just happens to be the exact spot that we need to go to find the target. And then also, it's not even just the save me, Finn. They're gonna fucking kill you if you save me because fuck you, Finn. You better fucking save me, you fucking idiot. You're so fucking stupid. They're gonna fucking shoot you. So come in here and save me. I'm giving you no reason to save me. You better save me.
Save me, retard.
Oh, by the way, this is how you put this suit on, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, I think that guy's performance, though, and you know what? I forget that guy's name, that comedian.
Yeah.
But like, you know, the way
Bill
he
Burr?
looked, I don't think he's Bill Burr. No.
No, it's someone else.
When he with the way he looked though, with the way his stubble looked, and the way he was also just at being an asshole. He
Yeah.
reminded me a lot of the Brotherhood from the first game that you meet.
Yeah.
Like,
I know what you're
like
talking
even him
about.
just talking there and being like, rah, rah, rah. He almost looked like one of those talking heads from the first game. And I was like, you know what? I kind of like this visually, but I also
Yeah.
hate this guy and he's a piece of shit. So,
Yeah.
so
He's probably my favorite character in the entire series. Just for that performance alone. But no, in all seriousness. So we come back and he fucking Finn shoots the bear and all of that shit transpires, all the shit talking, and he's like, bro, give me the fucking meds. And he's like, no. And so the guy dies, he fucking steals his power armor, and he walks to town.
Yep.
And you're like, this guy looks like he's fucking 20 miles from the closest town. I don't think your power armor's gonna last that long. But maybe I'm wrong here. Anyway, Back to the Future. So we're in town, and the lady has made her main character, lady, woman, person, made her way to town, and I kind of want to talk about that next scene where she shows up at that dude's house, and he's like buck naked.
Where he's wearing the diaper
wearing a
from
diaper.
Oblivion.
Yeah, yeah. Like, it was kind of a comical scene. It got a chuckle out of me. Won't lie. It was okay. It was stupid, but it's like one of the first scenes. She's just this innocent little girl, and this guy is half naked, and she's like, "Okay, bye."
Hi, I'm just looking for directions. All right, don't shoot me.
Yeah, with her
Right.
gun out. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Again, awkward scene, but it's okay because she's this innocent little bystander, whatever, right? We go to the next scene. So they finally end up in town, and this is where we get introduced to our first big bad, right? You've got our main character who is trying to figure her way out in the world. She meets with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper is fucking based, so she kicks her out. And then let's see, how does the rest of this go? Our fucking main character discovers this German dog. Oh fuck, we gotta talk
The
about
German doctor, yeah, with the dog.
All right, so okay, I skipped a couple scenes. My mistake.
Meanwhile, back at the Enclave.
Right, back at the Enclave, the fucking dog and German scientist. Yeah.
Oh, this is so good.
Yeah, so he like fucking kills one of his colleagues, I guess, because I'm not sure if it was because of the dog or
I think the dog kills him.
Well, the dog kills him, but the reason why the dog had to kill the other operator was it had something to do with
He was pulling the alarms. Well, yeah, he was They were breeding dogs, and if the dog didn't weigh a certain amount, it was thrown in an incinerator, and he took one of the ones that should have been incinerated and hid it in a stash in a wall with a bunch of stuff. He also was taking the cold fusion blue pill.
Yeah, and he took it into his neck. Yeah.
Because remember, it's not because red pill is bad now. It's blue pill. So he has the blue pill in his neck. Right?
Yeah.
And he has to inject it into it. He needs to get the booster shot to make sure he's safe.
Of course. So after, again, I do apologize for not mentioning that part. At the very end of that entire setup, there is a fucking minigun turret. It fucking misses him. Are you shitting me? He fires like 50, 75 rounds in a distance of less than 10 yards.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He's luck 10. He maxed his luck out to 10.
Yeah. So anyway, he fucking survives, fucking leaves. Anyway, now he makes his way to town, and now we're back to where the lady gets kicked out. She discovers this doctor person who's like, I'll pay you anything. Just get me out of here. Right? And you have Finn. No, Finn comes in a little bit later. So then we get introduced to our big bad character. The big bad fucking ghoul character's opening, where, god damn it, there's so much fucking opening shit. So, okay, let's try to explain this scene. So, flashback, 2 days earlier, or wherever the fuck, there's a couple of guys, 3 guys, they're walking up to this graveyard, and he basically starts talking about, it's like, yeah, boys, we're gonna get us a fucking mean one. This guy will help us capture fucking our fucking raid and all this other bullshit, and he'll help us out real good. Yeah. So, he finally arrives at this graveyard with his 2 bros, and he's like, all right, well, let's dig it open. It's like, whoa, hold on a second. What if this guy kills us? And he's like, don't be a retard. Open the chest. Open this outhouse. He's not gonna kill us. He's been in the hole for God knows how long. Let's just rip this puppy open. So he fucking rips it open and fucking turns the lock, opens the key, and door opens. And he walks out and he's like, what's up, boys? Just like this classy ass cowboy, dude. I'll be honest.
I think he's my favorite. I think he's my favorite.
Yeah, he is by far 100% the best character in the entire show. By far. Miles and miles ahead. And, inevitably he ends up killing all 3 of these fucks because they're all stupid. But it makes for a really great comedy scene of like 10 minutes. It's amazing. If you haven't seen it...
A feral ghoul can't bite a chicken.
Yeah.
Or something like that, right?
Bullshit claim or whatever, some shit. But... is that the first episode or the second episode?
I think it's either the end of the first or it's like somewhere in the second. It's pretty early in.
Yeah, so if
but there's also the Cooper Howard scenes though.
Yeah, those are pretty good. In fact, all of his scenes are great. But truthfully, guys, if you don't want to watch Fallout, don't watch it. However, what I would recommend is you watch all of his scenes. Figure out at what time his scenes start and go watch it. They are the best, probably 2 hours worth of content you'll get in the entire show if you just watch the scenes with him in it. It is fantastic. You won't regret it. Anyway, so finally, coming back to the city for the 3rd fucking time, because we had to introduce everybody. So now we're all in town. We introduce, for the 3rd time, the big bad, Mr. Ghoul himself. He arrives in town. He's like, yeah, so, I do believe I have a bounty on you. And it says here, you're worth such and such, and I'm taking you in. And this whole fight scene starts between the main character, the German, and our Brotherhood of Steel retard, Flynn, our awesome Black Token character. So anyway, fucking Mr. Aardvark retard here, he... God, man. I think somewhere in the middle of this fight, he discovers the fucking jetpack, and oh my God, where is the jump pack on his back? It doesn't exist. They have these little jump pack things coming out of the arms.
He's like Iron Man.
I was like, oh my God, bro. Like, God, you couldn't have fucked this up any harder if you tried. Oh my God. Like, fuck me, man.
They fly now. They fly now.
Yeah. So can't wait to see how this is gonna fucking fix up the fucking next Fallout. Which, by the way, if you're looking for a new Fallout 3 experience or Fallout 4 experience, go play Fallout London. It's a fucking thick mod, came out last month. Big dick, highly recommend. Go play it. It's fucking free. Go play it. Because Bethesda hired them, and you're probably never going to see a great game from them ever again. So get it while the
getting's good.
Hot. Yeah, that's right. So go on down. Go and download it. Anyway, with that advertisement out of the way, let's get back to the action.
To the action.
So there's this really cool fight between, Mr. Ghoul, and he's shooting the shit out of Finn, and Finn's just fucking things up. Like, he's just an idiot. And throughout the fight, he's just this stupid Black Token character doing what Black stupid token characters do. I can't do nothing right. Pull out a gun. Pow. Oh, no. Gun don't work. Oh, jeez. I got to punch him to death. And this goes on for, I don't know, fucking 7 minutes? While our main character is in the store with the German who had his knee shot or his leg shot in. So, they're trying to fix his leg. And they've got, this foot-devouring fucking thing that slaps on, this cap. So he has, this fake...
Robot foot?
Yeah, robot foot thing. And I'll be honest, that scene was all right. It seemed believable. So I was like, okay, sure, fuck it.
I was half expecting them to hit him with a stim pack and his foot would regrow.
Dude, yeah.
I was half expecting them to do that, and then all of a sudden it was like this robot foot, and it's like, well, what's the fucking point of that? It killed him.
Yeah. I mean...
Sorry to jump ahead into the story here, but like...
Yeah, no, that's...
What the fuck?
It's spoilers anyway, so we're talking shit anyway. We're talking about that for fucking throughout the entire stream. But anyway, come back. So finally, you know, they stab him with this, or not... God damn it, you got me stuck on the stim pack. Fuck. So they rip off his fucking leg. You know, he's now running along, you know, wounded as fuck. The fight's going on in the background. They get the fuck out of there. And somewhere in the middle of all of this, I forget what happens to the ghoul. I think he just fucks off because he gets sick and tired of Finn. And Finn's just like stuck in the center of town or something. Again, it was so forgettable. Anyway.
Didn't he Team Rocket him? Didn't he like activate the boosters and shoot him off? Or something?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. They fired off the rockets and he fucked off and then got stuck on the edge of town. And then Ghoul, he
starts chasing after Lucy.
Yeah, that's right.
And then
right. So
he finds and then Lucy cuts off the guy's head.
Oh wait. Hold on. We missed a very important scene. Dog meat. He resurrects dog meat.
That is important. You know, that was the dividing line between me hating this character and going, all right.
Because he kicked the shit out of that dog earlier in the story. Let's not forget. Okay, he is a real big piece of shit right up to this moment. And you're like, you know what? You are redeemed.
Yeah, the moment he saved dog meat, it was like, you are the main hero of this show. This is the Coop Howard show.
Well, so it's funny you mention that because dog meat, in the spirit of the lore of Fallout, dog meat is the spirit of the desert. He is with every hero in every Fallout game.
Not New Vegas.
Well, fuck New Vegas. Okay, but
talk about hot takes.
Yeah, well, okay. Dude, for real, dude. Oh my god. But anyway, coming back. So you said, fucking. After a long-winded speech, chops off his head, Mr. Jamin, and she fucking takes the head with her on this adventure quest. And then she ends up somewhere at a lake.
Yep.
Yeah. She ends up at a lake, and your boy, badass ghoul, catches up to her, beats the shit out of her. Let's not forget, like, literally, like, drowns her basically, and then brings her back, and then oh fuck, it's kind of like funny how it all transpired. Like she got her shit pushed in by this guy, man. I mean, she got the full powerhouse of this guy. Like, it's funny as fuck. And then Brotherhood of Steel moment, okay, because we gotta do a flashback, of course. So while all this is transpiring, you have Brotherhood of Steel, fucking black token character Finn, and he, what is he doing exactly? Oh, that's right. He gets a call from HQ, and he's like, "Hey, man, what's up, dog?" It's like, do you need help or anything? Like, I heard, I see your token or your beacons in town. Like, what's up, dog? And he's like, "Oh no, everything's fine. Totally cool. Don't need that backup or anything. We're cool. I know my guy died, but don't worry. I got this." Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Finn died, by the way. Click.
Yeah.
And you're
after he gets his ass kicked by like the hillbillies and all that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give a nod to the chat here for a second. Nuclear Fire saying that there's the cyber dog named Rex in New Vegas, but I would like to point out the technicality that dog is named Rex and is not named Dogmate. But then there's also Maximilian saying he's just showing a lady a good time. Sounds about right. The ghoul. I mean, he is a gentleman. And he's saying he's got to go. He's wishing us a good night. So have a good night to Maximilian. I keep going. Keep going. AR, you're in charge. You're babysitting for the next 30 seconds. I'll be back. But keep going.
I gotta piss myself, so I'll be right back.
AR, it's on you. You get to talk about Cthulhu for the next 30 to 40 seconds.
Okay. So chat. This isn't going to be Cthulhu like he asked. It's actually going to be a side thing, and I'll start the chat. How does the chat feel about the Fallout RPG? Tabletop RPG. Because I personally am a fan. Has a lot of the artwork, more lore.
Are you having a good time, Garth?
Never play it. The tabletop RPG? Why?
What are we not playing?
Oh, the Fallout tabletop RPG. I was talking to them about that.
Oh, okay. Or you're pitching that.
If anybody had touched it. Yeah.
Fallout RPG. So what we got? Like maybe like what? Another 15 minutes? I'm thinking.
Another.
Probably right, but then again, there's so much more show to go. Or what are we thinking? Are we thinking another 15 minutes or another hour?
Maybe like 15 hour.
15 an hour 15.
Yo, what's up?
Oh well, let's see. What is So I was thinking it would either go in another hour 15 or another 15. And I was thinking there's so much more show to go over though, right? And I don't want to cut it short because that would be a travesty. That would be a tragedy. That'd be horrible.
So where are we at? We're like basically episode 3 now.
We're now at Lucy's getting sold by the ghoul to fucking Fun Mart to Beavis and Butthead at the ghoul store.
This scene is so good. Oh, I love this entire scene from start to finish when they arrive and when they leave is bar none probably one of my absolute favorite scenes in the entire show. This whole mini mart scene is just fucking 10 out of 10 would watch it again. It's got a couple cringe scenes, but if you can get past that, the whole thing is just a spectacular good time.
Mr. Handy looked good.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was properly, right. It seemed like it was right out of the world. Like I was pretty satisfied with the Mr. Handy. I thought the ghouls were a little bit weird. Also the choice of naming the ghoul Martha. It's like, why did you say that name? Right?
Yeah, really.
Like
name's Ma'am.
Like it's Ma'am, right? Like
yeah, dude.
They could have chose a different name and it wouldn't have at that point become a meme.
Yeah.
I think. So I think that was a poor choice on their behalf.
Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit of a poor choice,
But then at the same time, then we also get Maximus and his bully from earlier, who now is his new squire, who now he gets to fuck around with the way that he was getting fucked around with Titus. Yeah. And so now they go to the lake using the radiation detector gun, and then they fight the flopper or whatever the fuck it's called, the gulper. And then they rip out its finger guts because it's got fingers all on the inside of it, human fingers.
Yeah, it's weird.
And then they explained that in Vault 30, Mutant Vault, the Cyclops guy.
Yeah.
So they rip it out and then they find the decapitated head of German scientist guy, and now they have the head. And then Maximus pretty much goes, "Hey, I'm Maximus." And guy goes, "They're gonna fucking kill you. Not if I kill you first," he says. Where he tries to kill Mustachio bully guy, crushes his foot, and then, but you know what? Now we're missing out on a crucial character important to the plot. Chicken fucker.
Chicken
fucker. So when Maximus,
that's my second favorite character.
when Maximus gets his power armor, one of the first situations he runs into is the chicken fucker mini quest, where he meets this guy getting his ass kicked by somebody, and he grabs the guy by the back of the head, and he's like ripping out his hair, and he's like, put the person down, and then this guy's like, you are a gentleman and a scholar, sir, and he puts on his hat and runs off. Look, you know, like
yeah, that's
and
right.
Then, and it's like, he was fucking my chickens, right? So then, mustachio bully guy, who's now had his feet like smashed in by Maximus's power suit, and then he stole the power generator, locking him inside of it. He then meets up with Chicken Fucker, who gives him like a jet injection thing full of like FEV or something. Or maybe it's even that same serum that the ghouls are taking in this show.
I'm pretty sure it's the ghoul mutation, but anyway, continue.
You know what I mean? But like, I mean, like they flat out say, "I think you've become a ghoul." Like is what they tell him. I mean, did he become a ghoul? I don't know. I don't know if we know of ghouls doing exactly that.
In all respects, ghouls are technically supposed to be changed by large amounts of radiation, not by via chemical castration in this sense.
I mean, maybe that's why I'm saying
imply.
Maybe, and I think AR mentioned this while we were watching it, maybe it's FEV, and he's not a normal type of ghoul, but rather he's a mutant more akin to Harold than he is to a ghoul.
Okay, I guess that's a possibility. Sure, a half and half.
Because he's just panicking because he's thinking like, oh, I just survived an arrow to the neck.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
I mean,
makes sense.
I mean, and he's also thinking it from this Brotherhood, possibly the Legion position, which we'll get into. I want to get into that in a second. Which is where, what does the ghoul do to mutants? It doesn't matter what kind of mutant. They could be ghouls, they could be super mutants, and they could be anything in between. And the Brotherhood generally kills them. And the Legion, I'm pretty sure, kills them too. Which, now he's looking at it from that point of view, and he's going, shit, I'm a mutant, I'm a ghoul, I'm a freak, oh shit, I gotta join the X-Men. So he runs off, I'm Arrow Neck, and he's now part of the X-Men. And so then...
Yeah, basically.
So one thing I want to jump back one thing. Did you notice that the Brotherhood of Steel flags in this show used Legion colors?
Yeah.
And that the Brotherhood Brotherhood Elder or whatever he was, the old dude.
Yeah.
He straight up says this Legion when he's referring to them. When he's talking to all, he says this Legion, and I forget the rest of the sentence, but the fact that he used that specific word there, and then on top of that, because this isn't necessarily a Brotherhood thing, but it is more of a Legion thing. On top of that they have all these Roman names.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That the Brotherhood and the Legion in this show, something happened there. And that this now is the Legion of Steel, the Brotherhood of fucking Caesar. This is
Brotherhood of Legion?
Yeah, this is the Brotherhood of Legion. And and that...
I mean, interesting plot twist, I have to say, in that regard. Like if I were to make it myself, that's kind of interesting, sure.
And what happened to the Legion? Did they just, like, disappear into the ground like the end of Lord of the Rings?
Right.
What happened to the Brotherhood, which was also pretty fucked in the Mojave? When you look at it, all things considered, it was also pretty fucked. What happens to these two things? To survive, they might have had to merge and marry and become this new thing. And then that also, like, there was a few other details. I can't remember the exact moment, but there's a few other connections to how they could be the Brotherhood of Legion. Although there's also clearly women that are serving within this Brotherhood of Legion and non-binary Brotherhood of Legion of Steels. So,
which, by the way, there was a quest in the third game which disallowed it, making it not canon, but hey, whatever.
Which one was that?
Well, in the third game, there was a quest to get rid of this gay person inside of their Brotherhood.
But then Fallout New Vegas has Veronica, and she was gay.
Well, yeah, that's just it. is that New Vegas was they were pissed off that they were getting outplayed by Obsidian Studio, hence why they built the show. So they could grab the Obsidian team by the balls and say, "Hey, this is ours."
Look, we're the ones that make the good story, not you guys.
I'm not exaggerating. That's everything that I've heard about the reasons why they built this was literally just because of that reason.
Just to go, you guys think you guys think you're better than us, and it shows like the NCR, the Legion. And,
Yeah,
like,
no, really. Yeah, from everything that I've heard. Now, again, you can call it a hot take, you can call it fucking bullshit, but from what I've heard down the grapevine, that is the reason why they purposely made this show. Is to be like, fuck you, we're the masters of this show, we'll do with it what we fucking please.
Sounds like the exact same thing with Star Trek.
Well, yeah.
Right?
There's a reason why they keep going back to the prequels is because, oh, well, if they haven't done the prequels, well, we could just fuck them out by purposely changing the lore.
Doctor Who.
Why do you think they keep making prequels?
Well, that's the thing.
For that reason.
Everything that we love about Star Trek, according to new Trek and new Doctor Who and new Star Wars and new Fallout and new whatever you want it to be, of course, is going to be thanks to the efforts and works of strong, whammon, diverse insert character.
Yeah.
Name any franchise the moment that they're doing it now, and they're gonna insert some character at now. They'll insert some character that's at the beginning. Really, it's Spock's sister. It's Moldaver. It's but it's the twins.
Ma'am.
It's the twin sisters, Rick James, right? It's
ma'am.
It's ma'am.
Oh my god.
Erda.
Like,
I mean, this shit's fucking. I mean, like.
It goes on and on.
It goes on and on and on and on, and it's getting. It's really that it's all hitting hard at the same time, though. That it's kind of like, really, you guys are all copying each other's homework and just kind of going like, well, we conquered one franchise. Time to do the same thing with the next one.
Yeah. And so, just so we're clear, the reason why I started this whole film thing to begin with is because I thought the last 3 Star Wars movies were so fucking bad, I decided to make my own fucking movies. That's the reason why we're here talking to begin with. Like, straight the fuck up. It was so bad, I never watched the 3rd movie. As soon as I heard horses on the top of a starship, I was like, nope, not watching it.
I think it was on the on top of a starship part that made me laugh at it because it was ridiculous. The horses part I was already on board with because I watched the Ewoks movies when I was a kid.
Okay. Hard to argue. Yeah, okay. All right. I'll give you it. Fair.
They had fucking horses in those movies. So, like, yeah. I'm gonna allow the horses, but the on the spaceship part is weird.
Yeah.
And then they also needed to add female Finn, who for some reason looks like she's gonna hook up with Lando at the end of the movie.
Are you talking about that fucking Mary Sue bomber chick where her sister dies, Miss Luca, or whatever the fuck her name is?
No, that was Rose Tico.
Rose Tico? God,
no, that's the second movie. And I feel like that character got her scene ruined okay, hot take here. Out of the 3 garbage movies that are the sequel movies, okay?
Yeah, okay.
The best one is the second one. The first one is a lazy reboot of A New Hope sprinkled with a little bit of Jedi and other little bits into it and some references. The first one is lazy. The third one is also very lazy and bankrupt, where it's, oh fuck, what do we do? I don't know, Palpatine's back. And the rest of the shit that's in it. The second one was directed by a troll that deliberately said, I want to ruin some franchise someday. That made something...
Ryan Gay Johnson?
Yes. The second one was made by a troll who made this ultimate shitpost Star Wars movie with a lot of garbage in it. But then there's this Rose Tico character that was his baby character. You know how like Dave Filoni is like Ahsoka and whatever,
Yeah.
like that's his baby. Rose Tico, I want to say, was this whatever guy, I forget his name. You just fucking said it. Johnson, Rian Johnson. His baby character was Rose Tico, and you can tell because of the emotional weight in this character. Now, here's the only way that I can give any sort of lens that makes Rose Tico an even somewhat like, fuck, how do I even want to put it? Not even redeemable. It makes them somewhat.
Redeemable is too strong of a word.
It makes them even somewhat of an understandable character that is written in a way that goes, okay, that kind of makes sense. Because everything the way that it's presented almost becomes, what the fuck is happening with this character?
Yeah.
Rose Tico is having a mental breakdown throughout the entire movie because of the loss of her sister. This is why she freaks out on Finn, kidnaps him, brings him to a place, vandalizes and destroys it, kidnaps a bunch of animals and frees them, and then tries to commit suicide, and then at the very end of it, she thinks she knows what she wants, and she kisses fucking Finn, and then she snaps out of it and goes, oh. And then we never see her again. And that's Rose Tico. She's having a mental breakdown the entire movie. She's not a total piece of shit. Well, she's acting like a total piece of shit. She's having a mental breakdown. It doesn't justify her actions, so she is somewhat of a total piece of shit. Maybe I'm backpedaling there. But you know, it's that she's having a mental breakdown because of what she's. So it's not excusable, but it's more explainable than just a series of bad then it's, if you look at it through that lens, it goes, you know what, that makes a little bit more sense. But they never present that in the movie. Is the thing. But they never present that in the movie, and they make it this weird sort of wholesome, sort of sweet little, I'm gonna give you this little kiss, never see you again, fuck off, Rose, go away. Right? And then that's what we got. So Rose, his baby of a character that he clearly put all of his interest into it. I want to say there's some behind the scenes shot where he's like, oh, I'm fucking in love with you, and he says that to the actress or something like that. Oh my god. Right? Like, that shows that I think that's his baby character. Because also, why is there all this attention to this character that didn't exist? She's not fucking Lando. She's no fucking Lando by a far stretch. Why is she getting all this screen time? Because she's this weird insert character that he wanted to put in to derail the thing and to make some type of message or something. But like, suddenly when it's just she's freaking out because she lost her sister, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. She still sucks though, and no one's buying her action figure. So, like, but so, and then when we get to the end of it, because we also get that here's where the movie should have ended as well. That movie drags on too long because the guy didn't know when to fucking just draw the line and fucking draw quits. The movie should have ended with Kylo Ren reaching out to Rey and going, join me. And her looking, and him. Cut to black. And then go to the trailer. Or go to the credits. Right there. Join me. Yeah. Cut it. Right there. And then that literally... Like they added like an extra fucking 2 movie and 2 endings after. Like, you don't need all that. Just fucking cut it right there, and then the audience is gonna go, holy shit, what's gonna happen next? And now they're invested in going to see your 3rd movie because they want to know what's gonna happen next. Holy fuck, where is this leading? And does it lead to Rey leading to the dark side and to Ben leading to the good side? Well, yeah, it does, but in the way that you didn't expect or want. So. That's why the 2nd movie in that trilogy is actually the best one. They're all hot garbage. They're all absolute shit. But the 2nd one is the turd. It's the turd that floated. Yeah.
I gotta be honest, that is a new way of saying that, and I don't think I've heard that one yet. That's impressive. Thank you.
It is definitely, it's the turd that, like, it floated, but like, it just, you know, if I could edit it a little bit, I think that you could just cut out certain parts of these movies. Like, you know what? There was one line in the first movie that, honestly, this is the line that made me go, this is the tone of new movies and new Star Wars. This is the world we live in. It's when Finn looked to fucking fake R2-D2 and he said, "Droid, please." You know what word that they were replacing with, and they put droid in its place. They Indiana Jones with the fucking golden idol, a very specific phrase from a very particular character with droid, please. Now, you see what they were doing there, and you know what? That was very distasteful for Star Wars.
Yeah.
That was not the right thing to do, and it set that one part set the tone for the rest of those movies.
Mm-hmm.
And that I think that's all I gotta say about, and that's all I gotta say about that.
I do have something to say about that. So second movie, Homeworld 1. Oh, God damn it. Home 1 is getting its shit kicked in by the Super Star Destroyer, or whatever the fuck, super mega turd ship, right? And anyway, the Empire, it's attacking it, right? And Kylo Ren fucks up the command structure, kills everybody. Oh, but wait a second, hold on, Leia, the fucking, gotta be force wielding whamming superpower bitch, comes back from the 90th yard line, making her way back to the ship. Holy shit! As she fucking comes back to the ship, force and all, and you're sitting there. What the fuck? I'm not saying it was as an experience as much as Mandalorian, the end of season 1. Or was it season 2 that Luke Skywalker came onto the scene and busted a big nut, and Kathleen Kennedy the next day was like, "You son of a bitch! I can't believe you did this shit to me." But
yeah, Luke Skywalker came in, saved the day. The door opened. Kathleen Kennedy walked in and said, "I'm taking Grogu. Bye," and then she left.
Yeah, that was yep, true. But anyway, honestly, I'm fucking shocked you didn't say anything about that scene. I just, honest to God, the whole Leia, the Force, the bullshit scene. How did you? What?
Oh no,
the actress was already dead,
and she was already dead too. Yeah, it was also incredibly distasteful to do that with Leia. I thought it was also distasteful with Rogue One, where they made young Leia and Tarkin. Rogue One is widely acclaimed as positively good Star Wars, but at the same time, it's just kind of popcorn filler movie that doesn't really have any sort of real value or meaning. It's just kind of a fan service thing, war movie, right? That also bait and switched the audience with the fucking trailer with, hey, here's Rogue One chick in her Stormtrooper TIE Fighter outfit in some room in a scene that never happened. There's several scenes that never happen in the trailers that are just total fucking trailer bait. And
love those scenes.
When it gets to the one part that people really like about that movie, which is the fucking battle at the end, honestly, the only thing that I could think of is, damn, this reminds me a lot of Rebel Assault, where they're flying through this fucking girder fucking hell, and they're shooting little things to get through the shield generator, which it's also weird that Spaceballs is a parody of fucking Star Wars, but yet Star Wars straight up stole the fucking world shield fucking through the weird nipple hole portal thing from Spaceballs now. So now it's like a fucking, no, I'm ripping you off sort of thing. Rogue One has some questionable moments of what the fuck. And honestly, I can only imagine that guy at the end gets shot right in the dick by the Death Star when Tarkin shoots him in the tower. They had planned some scene where it goes into the tower, the beam comes down and there goes in, and you see him and he's like, oh, and then it shoots him right in the dick, and then he vaporizes. Right? And while he's vaporizing, he's like, I've discovered the truth of feminism. And then the planet starts dying, and then they all start dying, and then it's like, Rogue One, Rogue One, I'm not Admiral Adbar, right? And then we've lost them. But what do we do? Hope, right? Like fuck, and then
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but so I mean, it's like there's not much saving grace really there. Like there's some scenes that are good, but there's a lot of shit there that's absolute fucking shit. And then, and that's why it's the same thing with these new ones. There's a lot of fucking shit, and I mean the shit goes on fucking hard. Do I talk first? Do you talk first? Do you talk? Is this where I talk? Do I talk now? Am I annoying you yet? I'm Poe. Hi, I'm Poe. Have I annoyed you yet, the audience? I'm fucking insufferable. Thank you. I'm meant to be like plucky and fun. No, you just fucking suck. Fuck off, Poe. If they cut all of the Poe scenes out of the first movie, I think that would actually dramatically improve it. If they cut out all of Poe, but then the problem with that is if you cut out all of Poe, you kind of have to do that for the second movie as well. And then you also have to cut out a lot of the Finn scenes. So now you're cutting out Poe and Finn. But then if you're cutting out Poe and Finn, then you also have to cut out Finn and Rey. And so then you have to cut out Rey. So now you have to just cut out all of the characters. So now it's just Han Solo going, Chewie, we're home.
Yeah.
And that's it. And you know what? That's what it should have fucking been from the start. It should have just been, Chewie, we're home.
Yep.
There you go. You remove all the fucking things you don't need. Poe, so then by extension Finn, so then by extension Rey. So then you have Han going to the Falcon with Chewie, and I don't know, talking to his son, Kylo Ren. Because you know what? You could keep Kylo Ren and Han Solo.
Yeah.
You could make that the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe add a few other supporting characters, but make Han Solo a little bit more of a like less than like just fucking not sucking. And then
if I'm being totally honest, dude, what they should do, right, from here on out, because they've given the technology away now and people actually have it, what they should do is they should recreate a real life version of Han Solo, Princess Leia, and Luke, because the technology's there, and I know for a fucking fact they have it. And they should take from the EU, the extended universe, and make the 7th, 8th, and 9th movie like they fucking should have done, where they all meet up together, one room.
I think they should make a special edition version of the prequels where they do exactly that, but they put Sir Ian McCallum's face over top of Ewan McGregor throughout all of the Obi-Wan scenes. But they de-age him to make him look younger, so that way Obi-Wan consistently looks as the same person throughout the entire series.
Oh my god. Is he like a fucking perpetual from fucking Warhammer 40k, but he's in fucking Star Wars?
But they just make him younger. No, they just make him younger.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. They just leave him young forever. Oh my god.
So instead he's the original trilogy Obi-Wan, but they put him into Phantom Menace, and they put him into they put him into all that. And then they take the guy that played Vader, and they put his face over top of Hayden Christensen and over top of fucking Frank Lloyd or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
That would be interesting.
Right? And they make him, baby face. And then they do that. And then they take Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher's face and they put that over top of the babies in episode 3. And I mean, they could just keep going forever. Then they could take Harrison Ford's face and put it over top of that guy from Solo, a Star Wars movie.
Oh, yeah.
See, they could really marry all of these movies together in a specialist edition of Star Wars. The most special edition. The Star Wars short bus.
Short bus. What the fuck are you smoking, dude? Oh my god.
It is Slurricane, indica dominant hybrid.
What percentage are we talking? Like 20, 40?
27, 28.
Okay, so that's pretty good. Pretty good strength.
It's not bad. It's pretty good. But I'm not allowed to
Yeah.
endorse it or describe the brand or the label or anything or to show it on screen because then that would make the stream 18 plus. For I would then be endorsing a distributor or whatever. Yeah, they cannot do that.
Red alert, kids! Don't smoke and drink and drive at the same time.
Oh no, I can smoke it. I can drink it. I can say, "Damn, this is some good weed," but I can't read the label on the thing. Because the last time I did that, it went, you're not allowed to do that. Now your stream is 18 plus. People have to show their ID to watch. And it's like, well, thank you, YouTube. You fucked me. You didn't even let me put lipstick on before you fucked me.
Damn. Side note, for all you peoples out there, just a little FYI coming from this guy. You know what? Goddamn, I was about to say something and I totally forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. Shit.
This guy's coming in hot with that spit and fire. He's coming in. He's got the hot topics. Is it Star Wars? Is it Fallout? Is it some? These are the topics we've been going on.
I want to hear his thoughts on tabletop RPGs since he's been a dungeon master for a long time.
Oh, yeah,
wow.
I've been a dungeon master for fucking I don't know. I'd say 12 years.
Wow.
Most of that was spent actual Dungeons and Dragons. I played a little bit of Star Wars D&D, and then more recently, I have started playing as a player for Warhammer, Only War and Dark Heresy.
So,
wow.
A lot of years.
Personal request for like
Yeah,
a
what's up?
topic, right?
Yeah.
I would like Slaith, and I'll help you with this, Slaith, as like a defense point, right? I'll be your cleric. I'll be your cleric in your corner, right?
What the fuck? All right.
Hold on. He had a bad experience narratively. Like it was like his character was lured into a trap. And maybe you as a dungeon master could have like sympathy, especially since you as a player have gone kind of through something very similar. But I would
Sure.
like him to explain out his vampire's case and what happened to the vampire.
Oh, so he's got a story that he's going to tell me, and then as a GM, I'm going to decide.
Potentially, if he would like to.
He's just drudging up bad memories. See, I know. I see through
Come
the
on,
lies
bitch!
of the.
Quit being sensitive.
I see through the lies of the Jedi. So okay, it was like how much do I need to set up? Do you think for this? Like
Just do everything you want to share.
All right, so it was a group D&D session every week. And everybody had pretty standard characters. There was like an elf archer, there was like a barbarian dwarf or elf or whatever. You know, it was all just whatever, so pretty generic, right? And they asked
the assistants. Do you want the assistants? I'll describe it.
And they asked me to join in. And AR had already been part of this party, I believe. And his character was probably there was a few outlandish characters. There was like a lizard wizard. Right? So there was a lizard person wizard, which is compared to like an elf and a dwarf and a man. The lizard person's one of those a little bit more outlandish ones.
All right.
At least this is from my perspective. And
Lizard
and then there was AR's character who was an orc or a half orc.
Yeah.
And so I ended up joining the Monster Mash by here we go. I ended up joining the Monster Mash by adding in somewhat of like a legacy character of mine. One that I had played in high school for the first time. And it just kind of became this character that just kind of kept getting recycled. And it had built up its own sort of thing. You know how these legacy sort of multiple campaign sort of characters where they just kind of... The GM goes, I'll allow it. You can use your character. And whatever, right?
Right. It's just a character you've built over the years and you just like to play him again. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, fair enough.
Right. So so long story short, my character is very much a black sheep, odd duck in this rest of this group of characters. So was AR, but I don't know. Either way, very odd duck, very weird character, right? Just to kind of put this character was like hanging out with the Warner brothers and the Warner sister Dot, but they were a vampire.
Okay.
If that translates. This character was, but like They were the Warner Brothers and the Warner sister Dot that on the drop of a hat can like all of a sudden their Yu-Gi-Oh pyramid fucking glows and they turn into Yu-Gi-Oh and now they're evil, right? So
Okay.
you know what I mean? So like this is the character, right? So this bipolar vampire, and so what was it? I join into a session late. And I start kind of giving some, like, private DMs to the GM. Private DMs to the DM. And I'm asking, hey, you know, am I allowed to secretly do this because my character is not around everybody else? And I don't want to openly announce this in the in the game. Because if I do that, I already feel there's going to be a bunch of meta reaction to this. You know, like...
So, how that should work is you get to write a note, like you say, to the GM, and the GM should have enough fucking know-how to be like, hey, this is a private message. I don't get to reveal this to anybody at all. Until either A, it makes sense, or B, you allow it.
And
Wait
so
for the response of
what
this.
ended up happening was, so my character ends up vamping out, let's just say. They start morbing out. And and they're left behind in this room where there's these 3 villagers that we were here to rescue or something. And my character then, all of the sudden, imagine Dragula Hot Rod Herman remix starts playing, and my character jumps out of a well and starts trying to murder these 3 civilians.
It's like 2 children and a mom.
Yeah, so these 2, right? And somehow my character fails on like every single account to do anything to them, and they start running out of the room. So now on the map, because there's a map that we're all watching, the GM's moving these icons about this thing. And then that's alerting everybody else that's playing, and they're going, what the hell is Slaith doing? What the fuck is this? Let's go fucking stop him right now. And it's like, wait.
And I'm like, no, don't.
And
stop,
I'm sitting there like,
stop.
wait, and I'm not saying anything, because if I start verbally complaining about this, one, that's worse than going, hey, I want to secretly attack these villagers, right? So...
Sure.
And also that just makes me to being a whiny bitch at that point. So I don't say a fucking thing, and I just keep going with it. And I just fail over and over again, stopping any of these fucking like level 0 fucking civilian women and children. I'm a fucking vampire. Oh my god. And I can't fucking fight these things. And then I run into the room trying to take down these civilians, and then the entire party is pretty much like, arrow, magic ball, fucking throwing spear, and it's like ba 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 ba, and my character, and I just get like completely annihilated by the rest of the party, and then I get forced at essentially fucking gunpoint to go, you're never allowed to do that, or we'll fucking murder you. And now you're being forced by some kind of god sigil to obey to this, and if you don't, you'll fucking die. Agreement. Was that it? Is that it, AR?
Fair, it's close. I'll describe more of the
All right. Go ahead.
The plight of Arrow and Ukatan.
This already sounds like bullshit. Not from your perspective, but just from the GM's perspective, because he allowed it to happen in that way.
Wait. There's one other part. Sorry.
I am a cleric.
Wait. AR, wait.
Go ahead.
What he just said actually reminded me of it. That just fucking triggered the memory there. Core memory unlocked.
I was gonna say about
what
happened.
At first, I asked if I could do it, and he said, "No, you can't do that." And I said, "Oh, okay." And I left it, and I was just gonna kind of walk out of the thing and join the party. And then he went, "Actually, wait. Yeah, you can." And then he let me do it. He stopped me, and I went, "Okay." And I was like, "I'm fine with that decision. That was the GM's decision. This is the thing." No, actually, you know what? Go ahead. Do it.
It was a split decision, is what it sounds like, and he thought it would be interesting, but because of the way the dice rolled, regardless, you kind of got cucked into a situation. That's how it sounds to me.
No. It's way worse
But
than that.
okay, so if there is a plot twist here, I'd like to hear it because it sounds like the dice cucked him. But please.
Well, they did. They did. He didn't get an opportunity attack when he ambushed the villagers.
Okay, well that's kind of okay. So
he
at
just,
a bare
he
minimum,
just got one attack. He got cucked on that, right?
Yeah. So at a bare minimum, he should have two attacks: the
the
surprise
first
and the
attack.
initial attack.
The first attack.
Yeah.
One of the barbarians yells out to the rest of the party, "What are they doing in the corner?"
Like
And
through a
that's when the party
cave,
started to move.
like through a cave, like behind like a hallway in a different room somewhere else in this fucking dungeon, nowhere near the rest of them, and it's just like, look out, radioactive man, and then they all like start, it's like, what the fuck is this? What kind of ESP bullshit is this?
Oh my god.
Where they're all like up, they're like,
It's better,
they're like,
it's
fucking
better.
abort the
go.
mission.
Oh my god, dude! What the
Okay,
fuck?
to stop him, right?
Oh my
In order to
God,
stop
that's
him,
such
we had to go
bullshit.
past like a potentially hostile room that we had made a deal with the thing that we would look for whatever, right? It's some like necrolith or whatever, some eye monster.
Okay,
Right?
sure.
It was a
Like the boss
scripted
of the
dungeon.
dungeon.
It was a scripted dungeon, and it's a named creature that's part of the scripted dungeon that was a servant of the wizard that we were looking for, or something.
Oh, okay.
It was one of those presets.
Yeah.
I see. So,
but
unless there's
okay.
more here.
Yes, there is.
All right.
I am a cleric, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! I forgot
have
to
the ability to cast necrotic spells and light spells, correct? Like radiant spells, right?
I need to
He's
ask
a vampire. He's a
I-
vampire.
I need to
A
ask
dampire. A dampire. Dampier.
What-
Dampier. A
what
dampier.
edition? What edition of game?
I think it was fifth. I think it was yeah.
This is fifth.
Okay, all right. So I've
We're
played
ready.
fifth before. I've never DM'd for fifth because I think fifth is fucking cancer. But regardless,
I'm
I've
ready.
played it and I know how to play it. So go ahead and continue. That way, I have a generalized
Okay.
understanding.
So an undead construct creature, correct? Undead, right?
Yeah.
Does
yeah.
radiant do damage to them, or does necrotic heal them?
Necrotic should heal them. And,
Okay. I cast a necrotic spell on him,
yeah.
and because the entire party used combat spells, the DM counted it as damage to him.
That's
And it actually
stupid.
took him into being unconscious because I was trying to heal him to stop
That's-
it,
that's
so that we
fucking
could have a conversation.
Your GM is a big pile of shit if he allowed that to happen because necrotic damage should. Wait, it's 5th edition. They do things retarded over there. My mistake.
But
That's
I asked,
probably how
like we had asked, and,
Yeah,
and
no,
what it ends up being,
Yeah,
he can only be healed through healing potions.
that's no.
And then I complained about it, and then it became radiant.
No, your GM is a fucking idiot, and he deserves to burn in a fiery hole somewhere in the ground, somewhere in the center. of the earth.
No, come on.
He was.
He's a-
I think he
it's
was.
just some
I think he was.
bullshit.
I think he was trying. I think the thing is that from what I know, just personally from this person, right? Because I don't want to toss shade on this person. Is that they're a little bit of a people pleaser, and I think that they were being a people pleaser, but that it's kind of hard to be a people pleaser to everybody, and I think that's what ended up in that unfortunate situation. That they were trying to let me do my thing, but also that they needed. Well, they couldn't say no. You're not allowed to know what's going on, so that they needed to people please the other people, so that way they got kind of bonus ESP powers. It became that, and then of course that where the group decision effectively was you have to abide by this. Well, now. When you weigh out people pleasing, you have to people please more people that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, which is funny because this guy was a Klingon fan. But so you know, I think that that's what ended up in this situation where all of a sudden I was now bound by this agreement that my character couldn't live up to what they were. So I wasn't kind of able to RP, you know what I mean? And then a lot of it just became so, you know what? That campaign turned from people doing a little bit of RPing to procedural combat. It's so fucking boring. I would rather just fucking play Diablo.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna give you my full opinion on this. So, from everything that I understand, your GM had no clue on how to operate in on an equal setting with multiple people playing the game. I don't know how many years this person's been DMing for, but I'm gonna tell you right now that was a bad call.
I think it was his
It
first.
was like third or fourth game.
Was it third or fourth? I thought it was first.
It was first game across the internet with people like that on Discord.
Okay, so he's a new GM, so he doesn't know.
So,
All right,
so,
I will
yeah,
give
so
him.
you have to give him some slack on that.
I
but
will
it's
give
still
him the
bad
benefit.
decisions.
I will give him a benefit of the doubt. That was a mistake on his part. Okay, like obviously you don't want to single out one person in the party. Like that's just stupid to do.
Well,
but
it should have been rewound time to being like, okay, this didn't happen at this moment in time because like
fair enough. But overall,
the metagaming of the running all the like Clay. Do you see me on the screen? You see me on the screen?
I see you.
Okay, see the hand, right?
Yeah.
This is the path the party had to take. Up, down, left, up, right, down, across.
Yeah.
Over a fucking bridge. Across like a chasm. Like looking at the boss the entire time. Go down a tunnel. Slaith comes out of the door. And then it's just like boom, 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 boom.
It was like you know when Han Solo's running through the Death Star chasing the stormtroopers, and then he runs into the room, and there's a fucking whole legion of stormtroopers there waiting to blast him.
Away.
Yeah. But imagine he didn't get a chance to run away, and then one of them goes, "I then use rage, and I throw my spear. I cast fucking bow, ice bolt, motherfucker!" Right? Like, and AR's sitting there like, heal. I heal him, and like the DM's like, no, it fails. It fails to heal him. You can't do that.
You actually kill him with it.
Oh my
god. Oh, like, yeah, like it was. It was a bit upsetting. It was a bit upsetting at the time. I think I've gotten over it by now.
All right. So,
but I was like, I'm the cleric. I'm like upset, and I'm sitting there. Like, what was it? It was 2 weeks, right? That like we sat there having like this discussion, or like we sat there and plotted with you. Like I pleaded with you
to like
so try and like
that
bring
that
the
happened.
Character back, to like make the deal with like the clerics, to make the deal with the god, because you're gonna be on Team Monster Mash anyways. Like,
all right, so
you're taking the binding of the cleric oath.
Well, it was the hey, this crossed the line that the party's willing to play with. Don't do that. And it was like, oh man, really, this sucks, but fine. And it was that, sometimes you got to swallow the bitter pill, even if that's just how it goes. You can't always get your way. If everybody votes on a fucking topping for the pizza, inevitably it's gonna be fucking pepperoni, even if you want the fucking bacon chicken ranch. You know what I mean? Like, it's like people are gonna vote for this, and that's what the group wanted, and that's what it had to be. So that way everybody could have fun, and I could adapt to that. I wasn't so rigid that I could not do that. And then I guess we had a little bit of an RP session at that time where there was a little bit of kind of character growth that led to that, to blah 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 blah. So that way we could kind of re-rail it and bring things on. And then after though, now here's where I think, once again, you know that people-pleasing thing that I was mentioning about?
Yeah.
I think it was like the session after. Suddenly my character got, because I had spider climb and shit, suddenly my character was hooked up with like a magic sword with a special name on it and everything. So like some named unique magic sword that's part of the dungeon and all this shit. And so like out of nowhere, suddenly I was like, I don't know. Was I suddenly doing that? Like, no, I think somebody got like armor. I thought that the lizard person got armor, but like suddenly there was like, I've got the magic sword. So like, now you get me the energy of that gives all of a sudden, right? And
Right. Somehow there's a
There was
power
the-
imbalance because now everyone's got different pieces of gear and they all represent something different. Or did you get like the broken item and everyone got a piece of gear?
No, everyone.
he
No.
got-
I
he
got the
got,
thing.
like-
I got
No,
the
you
thing.
didn't just get the thing. You didn't just get the thing. Let's not undersell what you got.
So did you
got
get a
the
legendary
entire
item?
treasure- No, he got the entire treasure chest
Yeah.
down at the bottom of the
Yeah.
dungeon.
Yeah, and then I lied
And-
about it.
And lied about it and
Okay.
nobody double questioned it or anything like that.
Okay.
And I
So
was
let
the
me ask-
only one that like really had an idea that he had all this like bonus stuff. And you know, I'm the cleric and
Yeah.
I'm like a crazy like barbarian savage
Uh-huh.
that goes around chopping everything up and turning it into components and stuff like that. Like I'm
Sure.
wearing goblin blood and bone paste war paint going
Right.
in here chopping people's hands off preparing my
Right.
necromantic cloak of fucking the crawling claws, right?
Yeah.
You understand the crawling claw storm?
I think so, yeah.
I had
Again-
a hand garden, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
See,
The monster
So-
mash was getting
in the
real.
dark- What?
All right. So coming full circle again. So bad luck, new DM, and just overall shitty rolls. Is that kind of the gist of what I'm hearing here?
I don't know. I think there was a little. I don't think that chest was rolled. I honestly think he was just dishing out at a certain point. I think he was, like I said, I think he was people pleasing everybody. But
Right.
because it was almost kind of like, and here's the thing: how I compared it, and I did this at the time. I compared it. Did you ever see that show Community? About
Is it based in
the people
is
that
it
were
based-
in a fucking community college, and it had Chevy Chase and Senior Chang, you know, the "I'll allow it" meme, right? Like you ever seen that? No, okay. There was
I've
a couple.
heard of the meme, but I can't
There
say
was a
I've heard
couple.
of the show.
There was a couple D&D episodes, and both of the
Okay.
D&D episodes were essentially like D&D was being used as a therapy session for somebody that was having some kind of problem.
Okay.
And I almost want to compare that campaign to this, because it almost felt that way, where it was this sort of like escapist, feel good, like, you know, like once again, like how did I phrase that again? Where it was make people happy, sort of campaign.
Yeah.
And there wasn't
So
a
it
lot
was
of adversity, I'd want to say.
It's an
You're
easygoing
forgetting-
campaign.
no.
It's an
No.
easygoing campaign where
No.
like it's not very hard and it's just enough to stimulate
No.
the brain, but nothing
No.
nothing
I
extravagant.
missed out on some of
No.
it though, so if there was hard parts, I wasn't there for it. So
okay.
maybe
Clay,
Hmm.
I played as a cleric, right?
Yeah.
The only other class that had technical healing ability was a ranger.
Look, there's nothing wrong with being the wet nurse of justice, okay?
Okay. No. Okay, we were in.
Sorry. Had to get my
No.
2 cents.
No, I would end up doing damage as Ukatan.
Oh, okay.
No. That's how bad it was. Because it would be first round. Somebody would take a shot of damage.
Yeah.
Like my melee, I had the highest AC in the party as the cleric. Okay?
That actually kind
My-
of makes sense. I'll be honest.
No, my melee team, like my tanks, were all up there.
Dude, I'm telling you, if they don't do more damage than the healer, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. They better be doing double, if not at least a third more damage than you.
What's going on with like my is it like cutting out or what?
I don't know.
I don't know. There's some kind of weird wind noise going on. I don't know where that's coming
Oh,
from.
that's me. I am so sorry.
Oh.
Here, let me turn that to like a third the power. There we
Oh,
go.
you're good. You're good.
Ah.
I am sorry about that. Anyway,
It would be okay, round 1.
fight.
Everybody would try to do their attacks. Like
Yep.
the worst
Hadouken.
case scenario was the owlbear. I almost had a panic attack at the damn owlbear. Because the
that's
party
a hell-
wanted to fight a dragon
Oh.
because the ranger wanted to turn the dragon into shoes.
I just wanted to
Me?
talk to the dragon.
Yeah.
I'd give you a
Me-
fight. You probably wouldn't
me-
survive.
The vampire, right?
Yeah.
The orc, the vampire, and the lizard lady, like the lizard wizard, right? All
Yeah.
wanted to talk to the dragon. All the rest of the party was like, we want to turn him into shoes. And we're like, yo. yo, 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 yo. Like,
Are you kidding me?
that's one of their
Oh
main
my
reasons. They
God,
wanted to kill him
bro.
for experience and to turn him into shoes, right? Like a sentient creature. And we're like, whoa. Let's like try and talk this out before we just straight up go ambush like this. Like, and they're like, no, we want to kill him. And I'm like, okay, look, it's a
please-
giant green dragon. Look,
Please tell
it's
me.
probably going to hear me out. I'll tell you, this is great.
Oh my
I
God.
pretty much straight up said to him, like, I was like, I am the healer. You can go in there and fight him if you really want to. I will stand out here in the bush with my arms crossed, hidden. And when you come out on fire or melting from acid, he will be like, well, this sucks. I'm not getting involved.
I'm gonna be a conscious suggestion today. Don't
Yeah.
mind me. Oh my God.
And
Fuck's
Slaith
sake.
was the same way.
Oh my God.
And so was the lizard wizard. And I think the
Please.
other fighter came like over to our side.
Mhm.
And so it was just like, like, no, we're not doing that.
Oh my
They got
God.
so mad. They got so mad. So on our way back,
Man,
we
fuck
get
those
ambushed.
people, bro. They're retarded
Here,
for thinking of doing it. Like, why? Like,
Well,
do they have
because
any
they wanted
fucking...
a hard boss fight, right?
Bro, I
We get
get that they
ambushed.
want to. I get that they want a boss
Yes.
fight, bro. But like, do they even realize how strong a dragon is? Like, have they even the
No,
microcosm of realizing how
no.
strong a dragon is?
Everybody.
I can
everybody
imagine. I can
else-
imagine all of our level 2 characters would burst through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man riding a
Oh my
Tarrasque.
God.
Each one of us would be riding a Tarrasque with American flag fucking rainbows shooting out of the asses of the Tarrasque while America Fuck Yeah is playing from Team America, and we're coming in and like each one of the Tarrasques is just like curb stomping the dragon, and we're all like spitting on it and shit, and I think the expectations might have been a little bit high.
Oh
for,
my God.
Okay. Okay.
Dude,
and
okay, all right, so
wait.
Let's put
We
this
move on.
here. I need to put this
Clay.
here right now. This is for you. After Dark text chat. I put it in. That's for you.
After Dark text chat. Oh, it's
Yeah.
let's see. Let's take a look. It's been a while since we looked here. America, America.
America, fuck yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so dragons,
Okay.
they
Yeah.
do their HP in damage, fire damage. And
Well,
by the way,
it was a green, so it was acid.
oh, okay, acid damage. So you're
Or
not
green
just
black.
burning alive. No, you're you're melting alive. Fantastic. Oh, great. So now you have permanent scars. Amazing. And you're going to have to roll at least a minimum 15 on your heal check to heal those scars. Otherwise, those are permanent. Let's see. It can fly, it can tail swipe, it can claw at you twice and bite because it's frontal cone. Yeah, that's right.
And it can shapeshift.
How about wind, difficult terrain to move? Good luck getting around that shit as you get pushed back with one swipe of its wings when it goes woof and it pushes you all back 20 feet. Yeah, good luck getting behind it. And good luck penetrating that armor because it's harder than probably all of you combined. Have fun.
What about when the party found the dragon following group? The group of people in the house. AR. When the party found
I'm gonna tell them about the owlbear, the panic moment. Because that was priceless.
All right, you tell the
All
owlbear.
right,
Okay.
we'll do this. We'll do this first.
Barbarians, right? We have two
All right.
barbarians,
Okay.
2 fighters, a cleric, the wizard lizard, and a ranger, right?
Interesting. Okay, fair party. All right.
I have the wizard lizard and the ranger next to me,
Okay.
and the rest of the melee is off doing melee things, right?
All
And
right.
we get ambushed by an owlbear.
Okay. So it should
this
be a
is gonna
stronger
be-
bear.
This is all disaster, right? They come in,
Yeah.
barbarian doesn't rage,
Why?
moves in close to the bear, decides they want to throw their spear because it's scary closer up. And so after moving close to it, they move again and take an opportunity attack right off the hop without
Oh.
raging,
God.
and it crits.
It was pretty good.
They go down to like 2 hit points, and they go down to 2 hit points, and it goes, and the owlbear, and then it's Owlbear's turn. The dungeon master is going to be nice, right?
Oh
So
my
he turns to
God.
the other barbarian who hasn't raged yet and goes, crunch. Looks at Slaith, who doesn't have a shield, even though I've been screaming at him to have a shield, and goes, smash. And so the entire party is like just wiped out.
Yeah.
Like the melee, like there's one guy in melee
Yeah.
who's still like semi okay. So my turn comes around and I'm like, magic, panic, right? Healing,
Okay,
bringing people
enough.
back up.
Yeah.
Use-
Makes sense.
By round 2 of combat, I am completely out of all spell slots.
Oh no.
As
In my
a
games,
life cleric,
that never happens. In my
As a
games, that
life
never
cleric,
happens.
right?
That's scary. That's a really scary. Okay.
and the owlbear's still up. And I look at people and I'm just like, you better kill it because I'm attacking now with cantrips and melee swings.
Yeah.
It's on you. And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, I hope you have a healing potion.
Yeah. That makes sense. All right. So I'm assuming
I gave out a healing potion. I also did that too.
Man, you went all out to help these people, and they just couldn't help but lose, could they? Please tell me everyone but you two died. Please make my day.
In our head canon for how that campaign finished, yes.
That's funny.
And
hilarious.
I'll tell you,
Yeah.
I don't think they would have made it without me. Just saying, those people needed
Oh.
God.
Oh yeah, no, they were
They
obviously
needed-
handicapped
needed-
in the
they
skull if they thought taking on a dragon was smart, let alone God, at level 2, that's real. That happened.
I think, what was it? Didn't my
No,
character
we were like-
at one point?
No, that was level 3 at that moment in time.
Through
So
the-
we cleared out the cultist village, but we left the dragon, right?
Yeah.
And it took us like 3 sessions to clear out the cultist village of all the cultists and the zombies.
Okay. Okay, so that's pretty fair. All right.
And
So-
to be honest, the cultists weren't actually like hostile to us.
Yeah.
The party just straight up saw
Nice.
them,
Yeah,
saw
yeah,
that
yeah.
they were in the village, and
Mhm.
murder hoboed them like a SWAT team. Like they came in and kicked down the door and were like,
I remember that was the part I was wanting to get at, where it was like,
dead.
all right, let's talk to these cultists. Okay, hey, can we come in and talk to you, or can you come out and talk to us? Yes, and it's like, oh, good, now we're gonna get some answers. And then somebody was just like, I shoot my bow and I attack with this, and I'm kind of sitting there like, fuck it, and I use my,
Yep.
you know,
Yep,
like.
that's how it goes. Yep.
Like,
True.
I'm like, it's like, well, you know, like at this point now, I'm just fighting against the current of the river at this point. So,
Yeah,
like,
okay.
yeah, all right, we're all attacking
Wait.
these people. We get none of the answers.
Yep.
And let's just be like real with this, right? The most morally
Yeah.
questionable people in the party are the orc cleric and the vampire wizard, according to the rest of the party. We're the most questionable of the character types Because I turn enemies, anything slain by the party, I turn like into like a spell component, and then it's because he's a monster.
Well,
and he's a little bit strange.
So here's a fact for you. I used to play a fighter who was a null. And if you know anything about nulls, they're meat eaters. What I like to do to my opponents is I eat them afterwards. I would carry a mace, a flail, basically, and later on in my sessions, I added 2 to 3 flails to it. As you can imagine, I played a different game called Pathfinder 2nd edition.
Yeah.
And there's really not much difference between D&D and Pathfinder. If anything, Pathfinder has the most horrendous handbook I think I've ever seen in my life. And if I ever have to open up another book from them, I will murder myself. But the app, the phone app, is god tier. All right? Never buy the handbook. Only use the online edition for that game because it is fucking trash. Some people can read it. I can't. Anyway, getting back to the story. I am this fighter. I carry a shield and my triple flail. And that flail does 1d10 worth of damage per flail. I do 3d30 worth of damage every time I swing. Towards the end of this campaign, I decided to get greedy because everyone else was getting really good gear. And I looked at my GM and I was like, hey, man, listen, I don't know if you know this or not, but the rest of the party, they're fucking me in the ass for damage. I need something. I need something good. Can you... I'll tell you what. I'll give you 5 options, okay? Because I'm a thinker, you know. I think of things that I really want for my character to really build it up, you know. Maybe even ham it up a little bit. And I'm like, I'll tell you what. Give me 2 days. I'll give you 5 ideas, and then you choose one of the 5. This is where the devious part of me comes to play. So what I do is I build 4 items that are completely broken, like utterly broken, right? And I leave one option that is the clear and obvious option, forcing him to choose that option. So what I'm left with is a triple-headed flail that when I swing it and I hit it on contact, each of the flails does a single fireball. If you know anything about the spell Fireball, it hits for 3d18. Least to say, I was doing a lot more damage after that. It was good fun.
We do a bit of trolling.
Yeah, the last special effect that I threw on there, I'm immune to the effects of the fireball. So I wouldn't instantly kill myself upon casting it. It was an enjoyable experience, least to say.
Oh, we're coming in close on that 4th hour. We're probably gonna be wrapping up in the next 10. We got anything for the last 10 minutes, last 9 minutes and 50 seconds?
Let me think real quick.
Is there anything left in this list of things that we didn't discuss? We got 10 minutes. We got journalism, gaming, and politics. Talk about Gamergate in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I guess we could.
Anita Sarkeesian sucks and she wears flannel shirts with big hoop earrings. And she made a stupid ninja game that was also sexist by her own definition. And Carl Benjamin is a national treasure and shouldn't be ridiculed or as brought down in the way that he is because of his views, which were originally classical liberal and then have been pushed further and further right by people who are extremists on the left that demand shit that sucks and that are entirely bossy. You know that word that should be banned? Bossy?
Yeah.
There, I did it.
Got him.
Got him.
Yeah, no, I think when it comes to gaming journalism, I think it's going to be dead here real soon, because Kotaku and all these other game journalist websites, they're all getting bought out. Every single one of them. And you want to know why? When you hear about all these people losing their jobs, about how their journal is getting bought out and all this other shit, you know what I got to say about that? It's like, well, you know, if you'd actually play games and stop talking about bullshit politics that no one wants to fucking hear about, maybe you guys would have made more money. Maybe people wouldn't have to go to third-party YouTubers to get their fucking information for their daily consumption. You know, there's a reason why so many gamers these days do their playthroughs, because they don't want to hear about the fucking news or politics through a channel that was originally built for fucking gaming playthroughs. Little neat tricks that you would find online, that their fucking channels dedicated to finding Easter eggs in video games. Completely dedicated. Look at Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Do you have any fucking idea how many Easter eggs are in that game? Too fucking many.
Yeah, a lot.
The point is, every other game that's come from that, there's Easter eggs wazoo. There are people who have played that game for 9,000 hours and haven't found everything yet. Admittedly, now, some of those people have, because they went onto YouTube and they're like, oh, that's so cool. Here, let me find that Easter egg after rewatching, you know, fucking 14-year-old content and then playing it for the first time again for the 11th billionth time to actually get the Easter eggs and then be like, haha, I've completed the game. Well, no, you didn't complete the game. You watched someone else complete the game and then you copycat it. That's the problem with journalism in regards to video gaming, is nobody knows how to do anything themselves anymore. They watch someone else do it. I myself am very much guilty of that.
You know, I want to retort to that. I think in all fairness, with those fucking Call of Duty games, I don't blame them. Because do you remember what that guy did? What's his name? The guy that was running Call of Duty Zombies for Black Ops and Black Ops 2. What was his name? Like Jason something? And,
sure.
And he did some interview with Mr. Raffle Waffles. And during a question where they were doing lightning round questions about what's going to be in zombies, Jason Blundell, that's his name, the guy started blinking in this weird pattern while he was answering the questions. And then people stopped it, played it back, and then they looked at his blinks and they deciphered it with Morse code. And he was blinking out a message to people during a lightning round of answering questions. Trust me, Sam, I'm the doctor.
What the fuck?
Like,
dude,
this guy who was making the story and putting in all these secrets and Easter eggs and all that into Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies and all that, he was fucking bonkers. This guy like, he might as well have used an Enigma machine and then put a secret in, and you had to answer that with that specific Enigma machine to be able to figure out the code. He put some fucking shit in these games that, honestly, the fact that people even found them in the first place is a fucking miracle. This guy put some insane level Easter eggs into these things. Like, I don't blame them. I'm one of them. I played Call of Duty Black Ops, and I was like, how do I do this Easter egg? And I would watch somebody do a thing. And then I'd go, but the thing is, watching somebody do it doesn't necessarily mean that you can do it.
Yeah, it takes a lot of skill to actually be able to achieve even half of that shit, let alone the first one.
So I couldn't even fathom trying to figure it out. But then again, Mr. Raffle Waffles, all these other people that were doing YouTube Call of Duty Black Ops videos, they were like, the day that a DLC was launching, they were like playing these long streams where they're playing the game over and over again, and they're figuring out every single fucking thing, and they would have it like on the day the Easter egg would be solved.
Yeah.
Right.
And not only that, but like, you'd have people who would pre-order that shit, and they'd have like a 3-4 day weekend advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And those people, they'd come out a video the day it releases, and they'd be like, hey guys, listen, it's your boy T-Rex, and I just discovered this Easter egg, and like, this is how you do it. This is, you can only do it at nighttime, and you have to kill 50 zombies on the 50th day on the 6th hour at 9 a.m.
But only if your Xbox is set to Mexico. And
yeah. And you got a VPN.
You can download NordVPN. It's the sponsor to this video.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, and it'd be this whole thing where you'd be sponsored by both of them. And it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But no, absolutely, that is totally a thing. But let's like Call of Duty was good, but
Oh, it's shit now. And once again, you fly too high to the sun, you live long enough, right? All of it. Call of Duty was good, and then it turned to shit. Some people even would say that Call of Duty Zombies, that specific vein of it, only was really truly good in World at War.
Oh, you know what? Hey, actually, you know what? We can talk about this last topic. I got a good one.
All right. We got 2 minutes.
Call of Duty related.
Yeah.
I actually have a PDF, or not even a PDF. It's a notepad document, and it basically has a bunch of bubblegum powers from the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth games organized and rebuilt, or I should say retranslated, for Dungeons and Dragons. That's right. So if you wanted to play Call of Duty Black Ops with bubblegums, all you'd have to use is my document. I need to test it, and I don't have the people to do it.
I don't trust them because the bubblegums were the invention of Dr. fucking Wormface, and he's evil and he's got a fedora and fuck him.
Stop. Just allow the RPG to happen. This has it's zombies.
Yeah,
with
D&D
the guns.
No. Okay, you get
I think
rid of
he's
the
just
gun.
talking the gobblegums.
No,
it's just D&D with
Come
gobblegums.
on now.
Hold on a second. Let me hear. The only gun that I have in this version of the game is the alien gun. Everything else is medieval.
Of course.
That is the only Easter egg I'm keeping because it's cool.
All right. Well, we'll ponder on that one in our nightmares. But until then, we're gonna wrap up here. And so it's been good. We've had awesome. So we've gone for 4 hours now. We'll do the wrapping up thing. Thank you to everybody in the chat for all of your chat contributions.
Yay!
Yeah, awesome.
Yay.
So we'll do the thing.